be streaming to YouTube as well. So for those of you that registered later, then our registration usually closes. We are having you watch it over from the YouTube channel. So for those in YouTube, welcome. You will receive a certificate of completion, but you won't get the Zoom links. So this is a test. So we'll see how it goes. So hopefully everybody is good and nice and rested up from the weekend.
And just so you all know, the class won't be starting here for another hour, right?
Yeah.
So this is just our kind of like our pre-show. Get you all ready, get you warmed up. If y'all need help with your VMs or anything like that, we're here to help you all out. And welcome.
Yes, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is what we call pre-show banter. You show up early because we show up early. We show up early because you show up early. It's this vicious cycle that we repeat so many times during the week now. It's just, it's like almost every day. During the classes, it is at least 4 days. So welcome, everybody. And John should be joining us here shortly, hopefully, soon.
Eventually.
Yes, he'll be here. I know it.
He's floating around somewhere. We
see
signs of him.
Yeah, I saw him on the YouTube chat there. He was talking to people there.
Yeah.
Where is...
So everyone here should have been able to redeem their Discord, especially the Zoom folks, should have been able to redeem their Discord role. So hopefully, Daryl, do you have that text?
I can get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I should have warned you beforehand. So for those of you that are joining us via Zoom, we'll go ahead and post that in the chat channel here in Zoom to make sure that you join the Discord channel, because that is where all of the resources are hosted. The VM, we chat in there. There's tech support. So
I got my Discord shared here. So
yeah,
I think most people who are joining should see the Discord channel in a view similar to what I have here. Obviously, I have quite a few different servers.
Hold on, Zach.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait for Ryan to share.
Boom. Now you're shared.
Awesome. So as I was saying, if you're joining us on Discord, most people should have a view similar to this, although you might not have as many servers listed as I do. Maybe you even have more. But anyway, here in the anti-siphon Discord server, if we scroll down here, we should see Pay What You Can training here, Active Defense and Cyber Deception, May 2024. If you come in, this is the chat that we will be in. So if you guys have any questions, you want to chat with us, the team, you can always join us on Discord, or of course, we'll be watching on YouTube and Zoom as well. But please, we always encourage you to join us on Discord. That's where most of the chat always happens for all of the events that we have. Well, stop sharing.
Can I just ask anyone with a tech issue, please put it in the tech channel. It makes it much easier to find your question and deal with it.
John.
Howdy.
Hey, John Strand.
Oh, this is gonna F me up hard. I can tell already.
Yeah, it's an adventure. We're off on an adventure.
I've got the YouTube over here.
Oh boy.
And I think I'm gonna drape a shirt or something over the video of us,
you don't see yourself.
It's on a time delay, right?
Yeah, it's just
you're gonna be like
delayed.
Yeah.
You can just pause the video and the chat will still go.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. That's a good idea. There we go. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, good morning. Good morning. How are you,
Morning,
sir?
boss.
Oh my gosh. Kind of excited for this. I don't know.
Excited's a word.
Yeah, what do we have? We have 79 watching now. We haven't even started. If you are joining us, by the way, you should be getting, thank you for all the hearts on the Zoom, not the Discord, not the YouTube, but the Zoom people in particular, I love you. The rest of you people.
Yes.
So, oh my gosh, this is cool.
Yes.
Yeah, so this
This
is our
is
first
going to
time
be-
live streaming on
Yes.
YouTube. So if this is
Yeah.
your first time joining us, I would love to hear from y'all in the chat. So go ahead and put in the chat if this is your first time joining us for a live stream from Anti-Siphon Training. Sorry, I cut you off
And
there,
just so
Megan.
you know,
Cash-
the people that are raising their hands, there's way too many for us to be like
Oh,
trying to keep up with. So if you just want to like give us a
Kinda
thumbs
crazy.
up or go to the Discord
awesome.
chat and say yes. So
Very cool.
we love testing in production, right? I mean,
So we got to figure
Yeah.
out like for the people that are on YouTube that want access to like that have trouble getting the VM. By the way, you all want to get the virtual machine up and running. If you're in the chat
Yes.
YouTube, go up near the top. I shared a couple of links on how to get the lab set up and a link to get VMware. By the way, Brian was really spearheading that this weekend. Thank you very much, sir, on getting a copy because VMware shit the bed.
Yeah.
It's not VMware's fault. It's Broadcom's fault. Let's
Yes,
let's blame who's responsible for
Yes.
this debacle.
Let's
And
place it where
apparently, if you really, really feel like giving your firstborn your right leg, your next 10 years salary, and all your PII to Broadcom, you can basically download anything from their site. You just have to do a few more steps and give them all your PII to get access.
Oh, that's all you have to do? That's
Yeah.
it.
That's all you have to do is basically sell your soul to Broadcom.
Oh my God.
For
If I'm
one
going to
low
sell my
price.
soul, it's not going to be to Broadcom.
Yeah.
I
That
don't
sounds
know.
perfect.
Actually, I don't
But
know
only-
who I'd sell my soul
I
to.
found that out on like
Google.
Sunday, and it was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we gotta do the
Awesome.
Jason Blanchard here. We gotta do the Blanchard. This is not the actual training. The actual training is going to
Yes.
start at the top of the next hour. This is
Yes.
all about getting you guys set up.
Yes. We did warn them already.
Yeah, sell your soul to Broadcom before Cisco buys it. I like that. Ethereal asks, will you be rebuilding the VM for VirtualBox or Proxmark? It's not as simple as that. Whenever you're running virtualization platforms, there's a probabilistic error rate that you're going to run into. And basically, we have decided to focus on supporting VMware because it's the most widely used, of course, at the moment. And then we also have a backup and a cloud version for people that have trouble getting it up and running. But we just got to figure out how the people on the YouTubes are going to get a hold of us. I don't know if you can you DM on YouTube, Zach?
Can't
Not
DM on
really.
YouTube, but we can send out chat messages there.
Yeah.
Well, but I got to I need their email address to sign them up. For
Oh,
the
yeah,
cloud
sorry.
lab. Yeah, HK is setting it up. Brian's setting it up for that as well.
I'm getting a customer call. Just a second.
Ooh. Or do we just want them to try to jump over to Discord where they can DM us?
That'd probably be the best way.
Okay.
I will
So you
keep
just want
putting
to
the-
tell people if they're having trouble, come over to Discord. Here's a link. We'll get you hooked up. Awesome. No meta CTF, not today. No. This is a full class, actually. Matt was asking. So this is not a CTF. This is just a class. Yeah, if you're over on YouTube's and you can jump over to the Discord for chat, that would be awesome. Even though YouTube does really like it when they see lots of chatting happening on YouTube. So that's good.
We have quite a few new people here with us today, but I'd also like to ask how many people from Team Simply Cyber are here joining us today?
Oh, we've got a Simply Cyber raid going on, have we?
I don't know. Let's see. Throw the, what is it?
Hope
Team
so.
SC in the chat.
Oh, we got some
There we
Simply
go.
Cyber people here.
I knew we would.
Oh,
So good to see.
13.
We love Jerry.
Jerry
So
is
There's at least
awesome.
13 at 14 of Jerry's.
There we
15,
go.
16.
Coming in from the doctor.
who's
Hack
all
Smart Discord.
who's going to come see Jerry at Wild West Hackin' Fest for his keynote?
Ooh, there we go.
That's what I want to know.
I'll be there virtually.
Oh,
So
man.
Joa, you just said, so the actual instruction starts in like 45 minutes is when that's going to start. We're just getting people set up with the VMs. People are downloading them now. We're having people in the tech support channel that are joining in, and if they have any issues, we're getting them squirreled away. I'm gonna make sure that that's working all right. So let's see how many instances we have running right now.
This is what we call our pre-show banter, where we just kind of
There you go.
hang out and BS a little bit, or help you guys if you need it. As John said, we'll be getting started in about 45 minutes.
Oops. I got a call from Mr. the King. I'll be right back. Going on mute.
Enjoy yourself there. So thank you everybody from Team Simply Cyber who's joined us this morning as well. We appreciate y'all being here. Like as I said, we love Jerry as well. And yeah, I'm excited for today. I hope you guys are excited too. If y'all have any questions, as John was saying, the easiest place to get in contact with us for any type of support, for anything that's needed throughout the day today is via Discord. So I've put the link for Discord on YouTube. I can put it, I think we put it in Zoom as well. Yep, it's in Zoom as well. So if y'all have any problems, please make sure you click on that link for Discord. I'll put it in the YouTube chat one more time. GG anti-siphon. Awesome. And please consider joining us. We'd love to have you. If y'all have any questions about anything with the labs or anything today or getting set up, please throw it in the Discord chat so we can make sure we get you like notated there so that we can get in contact with you and see if we can help you out. We do not have Nightbot running on the YouTube stream.
The VM download is around about 18 gig. It does take a while to come down. And when you expand it, it goes out to about 40 to 50 gig. And please use 7-zip to unzip it, not just WinZip. 7-zip is the best one. Otherwise, you run into problems.
I can't use WinRAR.
You possibly could, but 7-zip's the one that we've found works the best. And VirtualBox you can try, but expect some failures.
Or WinZip. I paid for that.
You're the one, Zach.
I'm the one, the only one.
Yeah. October 2023, you're probably still okay with the VM. There are a few little changes John makes every class, but you should be fine.
Yeah, Zach is keeping WinZip alive, indeed. The only one for sure.
You can update the VMware software, but don't update the VM for class. The ADHD VM, you should not update it unless John tells you to. The actual VMware software, you're fine, but not the ADHD VM.
So if y'all are joining us today, I would love to hear from you guys on why you are taking this class with us today. What made you make the decision to come and join us and learn with us? And we do appreciate you being here. So
We just don't know why you're here.
yeah, like, why would you want to sit here and listen to John? So strange.
That's weird.
Just kidding. If you've never seen John train before, you are seriously in for a good time. I should have said that while he was gone, so he didn't have to hear
Now it
this
feels
part.
weird.
Yeah.
No, it's just uncomfortable. It's just...
Well, get used to it.
Yeah, I got back from RSA last week. That was weird. I just feel like RSA is like this bizarro universe. We got some people in the chat and the Google's asking for, or the YouTube's asking how to get to Discord. So we can hopefully get them set up with that. But
Oh, I can do that.
yeah, I don't know if anybody here was at RSA. Yeah, RSA is bizarro. I like going to RSA. They keep inviting us back, and it was awesome. I had a great conference with Jason was there as well. Also, Acriosis, the download VM. If you go to the tech support, or sorry, resources for Active Defense, you'll see that there's some links there where you can download the virtual machine. So you want to get that downloading as soon as you can. That would be very, very cool. So that will help. But oh God, wearing the same shirt. I bathe every once in a while. But no, RSA is weird because something like 75, 80% of those companies at RSA will not exist in a year. For the new companies, the first times that are there. It's just there are so many companies that get started up, they get Series A, and then boom, they're gone just as quickly as they came up. And it's weird because it really feels like it's less about actually selling solutions to people for problems that they're running into. And it seems more in line with we want to get as much VC funding as we possibly can. And that's what's really, really strange about RSA. Yeah, but he moved. No, actually, that was upstairs in my barn when I was wearing the same shirt. The spearfishing shirt gift. That one's in my basement, actually. Yeah, I'm hoping this will help me teach things to annoy my kids more when they do things on my home network. That should just be a class in and of itself. How to
Yes.
piss off your family members and make teenagers cry when they're on the internet.
So speaking of making your teenagers upset, yesterday for my big Mother's Day meal extravaganza, we went to Wendy's because, you know, I have boys.
Dude, the
And
shakes.
yes. And so the girl was like, you know, can I have a name for the order? And I was like, well, it's Megan. I was like, or you could put, you know, Cool Mom, because, you know, that's who I am.
Yeah.
And so she put Cool Mom, and my kids had to go up and get the food. When they called out, they screamed out Cool Mom, which they were like, you just constantly have to do stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah,
The
it's
little
Mother's
things.
Day. Absolutely.
It's the little things.
Yes. I mean, that's really one of the main reasons to have kids, right?
Yeah. I don't know what this is.
Hey,
We got a
Ryan,
lot of
did you see
nerds.
my message?
Who-
No. Where did you send me a message?
It was through Zoom.
I have so many message chats.
I know.
Yep.
So many message
People
chats.
like, I feel alone in the universe. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I get all the message chats and I get phone calls.
Yeah, I
So
get-
that's fun.
I'm a little touched out today.
You know, it's gonna be fine. It's all gonna be great.
No.
It's just
Look,
perfect.
Look, we got 100 more people showing up right now to pre-show banner. That's a good sign. We love the people
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's really, really cool. I'm a little bit disappointed. I don't think they can put GIFs in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
So they
Okay.
can't try to make me. They can't
So
try to make
next
me
time,
laugh.
what they need to do is register way ahead of time, and then they can give
Well-
away.
Well, they can still come to the Discord server.
Yes. Yeah.
They can totally jump on over and check that out for our chat.
Yeah.
And all those people that haven't registered for SOC next week, there is still time.
Yes.
There is sock
Yeah.
course skills.
Register early and register
Pay
often.
the bills.
And it will be the same VN that you're downloading for this course, so you won't have any
Yes.
problems
You'll be all
there. You have
ready.
it all set up ready.
That's right. That's awesome. Wow. There we got some memes coming.
There we go.
There's a lot with your face on.
How do
There
we
is,
sign
there
up for
is.
SOC? I will post a link.
RSA badges dangling like startup VC scalps. I always hate like you walk up to a booth and they start coming up with a scanner and you have to do the protective badge thing. Like,
Yeah.
no, not interested. No, that's not gonna happen. The best booth that I saw at RSA, I don't know if anybody else was at RSA, if they want to share their RSA stories, but the absolute best booth at RSA, this company, have no idea who they are or what they do. They set up an entire speakeasy. So it's like a complete isolated box room, right? And I didn't go in there, but they had a corner where you could kind of see inside. But they had this really cool old school bar. They had like cool mirrors, really great couches. It was top notch. No one was in there. Like there wasn't, I think there was like 2 people that worked for the company sitting at the bar. Jason was there, and it was really sad. Like I had no idea what the company was. I had no idea, but clearly you had to go up to like this little like kiosk, like a speakeasy style kiosk
No.
to get in. They would scan your badge to get in there, but no one was in there. I think it was a really, really super cool idea that just really didn't get executed that well at all. So I felt bad for them. If somebody knows who that company is, tell them I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah,
want to go in there and get
sorry.
scanned. So, but
Yeah, but it's like RSAs. I'm glad
it's too much.
we don't go.
No,
Like
it's
as
too
a
much.
company, it's a lot.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
why I really like
lot.
the thing that Jason and I did. It was the Innovation Center. So it's like a conference upstairs. It's kind of like this hidden conference at the conference.
Oh,
So really nice couches, much cooler vibe, good lighting. They had like drinks and food and everything, and it was all about
wow.
new startup companies, and they had these little tiny booths, and it was really, really cool. So I was excited about going there for that, but it seems like this totally weird thing from RSA. But yeah, somebody had pointed out I felt so dirty from RSA. I had to come home and shave. That's how bad it
Yes,
was.
it is. Last time I went, it was not taking the little shuttle bus from the hotel to the,
Yeah.
what is it? Marconi Center,
Moscone Center. Yeah.
Moscone.
Done a
Do you see
really good.
Thurl's?
What's that, Brian?
Do you see
Oh, yeah, I got a
Thurl's
question. Yep.
Star
The
Wars
question is,
posters?
let me see. Oh, yeah. So why are all my Star Wars posters in Polish? I love Polish movie posters. I don't have very many in here. I have most of them at home. But the Polish movie poster industry is really, really super cool because if a movie goes to Poland and they create a poster for said movie, then that poster has to be created by like a Polish art student. And just kind of one of those weird rules they have in Poland whenever it comes to movies. So the reason why I like it is sometimes the movies will give a really good description to the art student so they know exactly what the movie is about, who's in it. Other times they don't. And the art students just have to make up a poster based on exclusively a title for a movie, and they get absolutely trippy. The Howard the Duck one, or Howard the Duck one, was really, really cool. This one's Empire Strikes Back. I like that one as well. But if you want, go ahead and Google like Polish movie posters, and you could put up, you can share those with other people, like what you think your favorite is. I have Metropolis at home. That one's really cool. Mad Max is really cool as well. Caleb asked, what is RSA? RSA is the initials Reginald, Shamir, and I can't remember. It's the initials of the three people that came up with the RSA algorithm for Alderman. Thank you for crypto. And that's now a security company that's out there, but they have one of the largest InfoSec security conferences in the world. It's a party for CISOs in San Francisco. It's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Now, is that
Or the
crypto for
people that staff
cryptology
the
or
booths.
crypto for the Bitcoin?
No,
Depends how
crypto
hacked
for
you
like
get, Ryan.
encryption, not
There,
cryptocurrency.
okay, I
Thanks
just want
for having me
just to make
clarify.
that clear for.
If you guys are just joining us, I just want to let y'all know this is our pre-show. We'll be getting started in about 35 minutes. So if y'all have any questions about anything that we're going to be doing today, now is a good time to throw your questions in the chat. If maybe you need help with a VM or you have questions about something else, you can throw your questions in the chat. And I'm on
Absolutely.
I'm sitting on a bike, by the way. So I'm like pedaling right now.
You
I'm
got
riding
one? You got one? Really?
a bike, yeah, for my
Does it
stand-up desk.
power the
Yeah.
lights behind you?
No, I wish it did.
That would be
It'd
so cool. Be like if they start going dim, it's like pedal, pedal, pedal.
Yeah,
I need to do that.
I move like this all the time anyway.
Yeah.
I just very unsteady.
Yeah.
People are always like,
So
what are you
Ronan
doing?
asked-
Why are you going back and forth?
Ronan asked, what are we doing? This is pre-show banter and
Yeah.
lab setup for an active defense cyber deception class. It's basically how to make hackers cry and brew wine from their tears because it
Yes.
makes the best wine. So nice.
It's
What
like
bike
a
seat are you
fast
using?
watch.
What bike seat? I don't know. I bought it off of Amazon because it's like one
Is it
that
a
has like a
bike
back
seat
on
that you're
it.
sitting on though?
Oh,
No, it's one that it's like a chair almost. So
Okay.
that way I
I
can
was
have a
gonna
little bit
say.
more support. Yeah.
oh wow. Pee Wee Herman gifts. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, I saw Kevin Johnson had put a post up the other day about this new bike that he had bought and the size of the seat that's on it. I'm thinking, wow, it's a small seat for Kevin Johnson. He's so tall and isn't today his birthday?
You need a lot of seat for a lot of man, Megan.
Yeah.
Hey, happy birthday, Kevin Johnson.
Yeah, it's definitely Kevin Johnson's birthday today. Is per every day. Every day's his birthday.
Casually Joseph said, how many times has cyber deception gotten us caught while pen testing? A lot. That's part of the reason why we're teaching this class.
Yeah.
And I'll talk more about that. You'll see it's just super, super easy to do. Ooh, it's getting close to caffeine time. So
You're gonna have caffeine?
I am today. I
Oh,
am
no.
You're
so,
not gonna do your low sodium V8?
oh no, that's coming too.
Okay.
So we were up branding yesterday or 2 days, I don't know. It all kind of blended
Yeah.
together. So we were up, doing the cowboy thing.
Yeah,
and,
so I guess it is the calving season, right? Like, don't you guys do that every year around this time?
Yep, every year, Mother's Day. Robin Raymond, can someone help? It looks like Cloudflare has pooped out.
Hey,
I don't know
Cloudflare.
They're
to
not, they're not
what.
going to the resources channel to get the link. That's the problem. They're
Oh,
all
you
going
gotta
to
go to the
VMware.
resources channel. Go to resources. There you go. Oh, is that the link for the executable for VMware?
Yep. Yep. The
All right.
VMware, we've got one for Fusion for the Macs and we've got one for Windows. And they should both just straight install your VM so you can put your ADHD virtual machine straight onto that and away you go.
Unless you're on an M processor for Mac, at which point you're gonna need
Yeah.
our help. We have something else for you.
Yeah.
Something else for you.
Although from looking on the VMware site trying to find the installers, apparently they are now supporting M1 series.
Oh,
Apparently.
They are, but you still need to be running an ARM architecture
Yeah.
for the virtual machine. So it's still not working. Jason
Yep.
has brought up a good point. We should probably like share up the Discord screen so people
Yeah.
know where it is so they can kind of get around. So why doesn't somebody give a tour of Discord? I'm gonna go on AV mute. I'm gonna get some
Yeah.
coffee. I'm gonna hit the restroom and we'll be right back and then we'll get this
all
thing
right,
started.
sweet. Zach, do you want to share your screen?
Yep, working on it here.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. So if y'all join us on Discord here, you should have a very similar view that I have right now. You might have less servers than I do. Maybe you have more servers than I do, but either way, this is what the anti-siphon server looks like. So if you scroll down here under Pay What You Can training, you should see this active defense cyber deception May 2024 channel. That's the word I was looking for. This is a channel. You can join us in here to participate in the chat. And then if you need help or need resources for anything, we have the resources for today's class here in this resources channel as well. But if you are new to the Anti-Siphon Discord server, we have a lot of great resources in here for you. If you need help with anything. And one thing I want to talk about really quick while we're here, this right here, an event. Every single week on Tuesdays, we do a live AMA on Discord right here. So if you guys have questions about getting into IT, cybersecurity, certifications, career questions, anything like that, we do this live AMA every single Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and you are more than welcome to join us there. Ask your questions. You can participate in that chat as well. And you can help answer questions if you feel like you have that knowledge and experience that you want to share with people. We'd love to have you there. So come join us there as well. But anyway, today you can find us here under the Pay What You Can training here under the Active Defense and Cyber Deception May 2024 channel. So we'd love to have you. So please come join us on Discord. I will put a link for the Discord channel and YouTube one more time here.
Yeah. And just to let you know, the people that are joining us from YouTube, you're not going to be able to redeem the role in Discord. So just go over and to the student lobby and say, hey, I'm from YouTube, so that we can add your role manually, because it's not going to be in our system. Your emails are not in our system if you're joining us from YouTube's.
And if you're joining us and you're wondering, why haven't we gotten started yet with this training class? For the first hour here, we do what is called our pre-show banter. And this gives us an opportunity to connect with all of you and answer any questions that you guys might have about getting started today. So if you're having any problems with the VMs, getting things downloaded, or anything like that, we allow this time right now so that we can try to get everything ready and prepared. So in about 28 minutes, John will join us and get started and teach you all of the fun things about active defense and cyber deception. If you never joined John for a training before, you are definitely in for a good time. And I've already seen in the chat today that there's a few people who this is their second or third time joining John for this training. And that's always cool to see. People just coming back and learning more, coming back to help others based off of what they've learned in these classes. So thank you all for joining us. And please remember, if you have any questions, put them in the chat, whether that's YouTube, Zoom, or Discord. We're all watching. We're here to help you. But we would love to have you join us on Discord. That's the place to be.
If people can go over to the student lobby and help me start adding the roles too, that'd be perfect.
So if this is your first time joining us today, I would love to hear from you in the chat. We did this earlier, but we have more people. So if this is your first time joining us today for anti-siphon training, please throw first time in the chat. And then, of course, throw in the chat if you're from Team Simply Cyber as well. I'd love to see all that. I'd just love to see you guys spam the chat right now.
Yeah, that helps us track down the troublemakers, Zach.
Right.
And the answers to it.
Holy Nick asks here, how are anti-siphon and BHIS linked? So Black Hills Information Security is basically our parent company, and that is the main organization. That's where we do all of our consulting and our SOC and all that fun stuff. And anti-siphon training is our training side of our organization. So the training wing of Black Hills InfoSec. So that's what we do here at Anti-Siphon. That's how we're affiliated. We are partnered in that sense. That we are the
And just
training
for
side.
fun, we also have a conference side, which is Wild West Hackin' Fest.
Yes, we do. And
And
for everybody,
comics, Rita Comics.
we do. Yeah, we do have Record Comics. We just got our the Kickstarter. I know it's finished, but I'll still link it in here because that was a cool thing that we did recently. I'll throw that link in the Discord channel. We just started a Kickstarter for one of our first comics that we'll be launching. The Future Is. And that's going to be really exciting because there is there's some hidden CTFs in there, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And you brought up Wild West Hacking Fest, and I asked about Simply Cyber. So I don't know if the Simply Cyber folk here know that Jerry Auger will be our keynote at Wild West Hacking Fest this year. So hopefully y'all come out to Wild West and join us and Jerry, because I think it'll be a good time. Eric Taylor's in the chat. Hey, Eric, how you doing, sir? Mr. Diesel Doug, can I join even though you'll be here for a couple of hours? Yeah, you could definitely still join. And we'll have the replay available for you as well. So you can pop in anytime. We will be here for the next 4 days. So we'll be back here tomorrow, but we're going to start an hour later, I believe, correct? Be starting at
Yes.
We usually start about 15 minutes before.
Awesome.
And then we're doing it all again next week with another course.
Well,
Soft
and then
course.
Wednesday, we're going to have a webcast, the anti-siphon webcast, the anti-cast first, and then John's class. So it's going to be,
And
gonna be
action.
We also
Packed
have the
this
news
week.
today, Megan, as well.
Oh yeah, you'll have the news.
An hour
after.
after the class finishes today.
We're just
Sorry,
going to
half an
start.
hour
It's like we're a reality show. We're just going to start streaming everything, like our whole work day. It'll be perfect.
Yep. Half an hour after class today, YouTube, Black Hills Information Channel, BHIS News, every Monday.
And sorry, I'm trying to read and type and listen
Yep.
at the same time. It's kind of hard.
I cannot do it myself, I know. Gilias, is the team involved with B-sides at all? I
Yes.
mean, we work with different B-sides organizations pretty often. We try to work with everybody. We love to help everybody.
Yes, we do.
Just another friendly reminder, if you're joining us, this is our pre-show banter. We'll be getting started in about 20 minutes or so with John Strand and doing the active defense and cyber deception. If y'all have any questions about getting the lab started or questions about what we're doing today, please throw them in the chat, whether you're joining us on YouTube, Discord, or on Zoom. We have eyeballs everywhere watching y'all. We're here to help you.
Brian, I already got that person. So I think I've
Okay.
pretty much gotten most of the people from YouTube.
Thank you.
Over in the Discord.
Dirch Parser asked if we're going to B-Sides Las Vegas. I don't think we are, but
No.
we're going to be at DEF CON
Vegas,
this
ew.
year. Ooh, DEF CON.
No, we will. Did you put a link up for Wild West Hack and Fest?
I did not.
We should, because that's
Hell of
gonna
a thing.
super
Sorry,
fun.
we don't have a Linux version of VMware available at the moment. Hopefully Broadcom will be back up today and you'll be able to get one from them later on, or DM me and I'll get you sorted later on for a Linux one.
I'm going to share something different on my screen here real quick, Ryan.
Okay.
Always dangerous.
Uh-oh, watch out.
Uh-oh.
So
Tell me
John's
when you're
here.
ready.
No pressure.
No pressure. I'm gonna see if I can find a mic stand, a real one.
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Oh yeah,
Throwing you up now.
Incident Response Summit. Yay.
Yeah. So if y'all love free events like this, just like we're doing today with John, I would love to see you join us at the Incident Response Summit that we have coming up in June. So it's June 19th at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can join us for this free summit. It'll be 11 to 4. We're going to have talks from, a lot of different speakers talking about incident response, whether, it's going to be about their experiences, tools that they're using, fun things like that. And then we're going to have 2 days of training following that summit. But y'all can join us for this free summit right here on June 19th, our Incident Response Summit. We'd love to have you. And of course, if you want some training, all day.
Yeah, and just if you scrolled up a little bit, the call for papers is still open. So if you want to submit a CFP, it's a really great way to kind of get started in like sharing your knowledge. Definitely do that. Make sure it's, it's going to be incident response, like forensic-y based. So if you have anything that you want to share, please fill out the CFP. We're always looking for new speakers and new topics, and definitely fill that out.
And you have until Wednesday to do that.
Yes.
So
The 15th.
don't wait too long.
Yes. So come up with a presentation. John can do stuff like that, like just on the fly. He's like, oh, I've got a webcast today. Let me get some slides.
Submit
So when
your best ChatGPT presentation that you can. You never know. You never know what might happen.
just realize that you will actually, if you get chosen, have to present said presentation. So you might
It's a
want to
good
practice a little bit.
It's a good question from Matt here. Will the recordings be made available after each day or after this week?
Yes. Yes. So every day,
Yes.
about 1 to 2 hours after the live class, we post the recordings in the resources channel on Discord.
Well, actually, it's a little bit different
And
this
it's
time
going to be
because
on
we're live
YouTube.
streaming for the first time ever.
Yes.
This class is being live streamed, so it's going to be on YouTube like now, right away.
Okay.
It's just all
So,
it's
but
already there.
for the Zoom people, it'll be in the.
Well, they can go on YouTube as well, but if
Yeah.
they want the Zoom version, yeah, that will come later.
Yeah, that will be like 1 to 2 hours after class. And it's in the resources channel for active defense and cyber perception.
Oh, Caleb says 11 labs to the rescue, and I think they're referring to AI I just was just playing with this resource the other day, and it cloned my voice pretty much, I would say like 99% of the way. Like it was 99% spot on. I could not believe it. I was playing it for my mom, and I didn't have my mom. I called her with it, and I was like, "Hey, mom, I need my social security number. Can you get that for me?" And she thought it was me, so it's like she started to do it. I was like, "Oh my gosh, like
To
this
your
is
mother
scary."
on Mother's Day.
It was on Saturday. It's the
Well,
day
the
Close
day,
before.
enough.
so Mother's Day Eve, you like
Yeah.
hacked your mom.
Mother's
Yeah.
Day
I
Eve.
just, I had to see if it worked.
Listen,
It worked.
yeah, with my
It's
kids,
scary.
the Mother's Day is the entire week.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, this is Mother's Day week, guys. Like, let's not. So
Which remember, Mother's Day week is nestled inside of Mother's Day month,
yes,
which is part of
which
Mother's
is
Day
nestled
quarter,
inside of Mother's year.
Mother's quarter. So
Yes.
Chicken,
Yeah.
the training is today through the 17th. So yeah, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we'll be here
Yes.
joining. Well, John will be here with you, teaching you.
Yes, 12 to 4.
learning and stuff.
Please take any tech
John.
issues to the tech channel.
Yes.
Any tech problems to the tech channel, please.
Yeah, go to the tech channel. We got
Yeah.
stuff there to help people. Oh, hey, should I go
somebody
get the
asked-
box real quick?
Yeah, I'm
Those
still.
are-
Yeah, I wanna see the box.
I'll be right back.
I want to
can
see
ask
it. I
you,
want to.
or Zach, a quick question from Discord. Are there any sample topics for the IRCFP?
Sample
Do you-
topics? No, I don't think we have any up
I
there.
mean, incident response.
yeah.
data.
Yeah.
I think that
Sorry, I
that's
was thinking we
really-
should have something on the website. That would be a good idea, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, anything that's just going to be incident response related
Yeah.
for sure.
Like fun stories, war stories. We love those. What
or
is the
anything
box?
kind of most things blue team-ish for sure.
Yeah.
The box, yes. John is getting the box.
I love Brian's gigantic font.
I can make it bigger.
Yeah.
it bigger. Emmanuel, if I let you guys know by the end of the day that was a deep fake the whole time, you're gonna retire and get some goats, eh? Oh, that's sweet.
cool.
What is
Oh
the
my God.
box?
It's so cool. All right. So what's in the box,
see.
they say.
Come on.
So this is the box that Zach's hat comes in. I don't have the hat, but I have the box. And Zach has the hat, but not the box.
The
So,
hats
yeah,
are
it's
on the
got-
way to you
They are
right now.
They are so cool. Like we got over 1,000 of them coming, which is crazy. So somebody said, "Wear the box." This doesn't.
Oh, that is perfect, dude.
This doesn't work well.
You got a screenshot.
It definitely, it's not a dunce hat.
Yeah. All right. So all right.
I love that it
So,
says "Open you if we dare."
Yeah.
yeah, if you dare, but warned, excessive excitement may occur. And then on the bottom it says,
Oh God, somebody got it. Somebody
it
got
says,
it.
"Oh no, wrong side, but you're curious one. I like you." So that's awesome.
Oh, of course there's screenshots, John.
It doesn't take long. It doesn't take
Just
long.
wait
There's
for
some people that are
Batman
just
Will to
fast
start
at that
doing his
button.
magic with them.
Just fast
Oh.
people.
Oh, I love it. I love that. So awesome.
Oh.
If y'all are joining us, we'll be getting started here. Well, John will be getting started here and getting your learn on in about 14 minutes or so. This is our
Yes.
pre-show banter. So if y'all need help with anything before we get started, please throw your questions in the chat, whether that's on YouTube, Zoom, or Discord. We are here to
Yes.
help you, but we
We're
would love to
dividing
have
and
you on Discord.
conquering today.
We'd love to have you on Discord. That's
Yes.
where we really want you. So
Yes. Because Discord is just more fun. Let's just be honest.
it is. It's pretty awesome.
Let me share my Discord really quick because I want to know where everyone's from. So we do this a lot with the anti-cast, but I want to see here today. Throw a GIF in the chat, in the Discord chat, that lets us know where you are from.
And see if we can guess.
And yes, and see if we can guess.
And John, we've had this question a couple of times. You put a link in the resources for a Ubuntu mobile app download.
Oh shit.
When do we need that, and how do we use it, please? People are
No,
curious.
delete that. That's the wrong link.
Yikes.
Yeah. Can you delete that, please? That
Daryl
is the
Brown, if
mobile
you're
app
listening, can
for-
you kill that link, please?
Yeah, that is the
Yeah.
Android pen testing class virtual machine.
Oops. No, that's
It's not that big of a deal,
Psych.
but yeah, just delete
I hate
that,
when people put
please.
flags. I don't know any flags. Do you? I used to know 'em when I was younger, but I don't know
That's
any
awesome.
flags.
Samson's joining us from space.
Thank you, Daryl.
Canada.
Texas. Hey, what is that?
Put that in there.
Venice.
I thought I uploaded the slides. The slides should be there though.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
I saw the slides.
Okay.
They're just under the YouTube link for today
All right. There
in
we
the
go.
resources channel.
Very cool.
Oh,
Slides are
very
also
young.
in Zoom resources.
Sweet. Oh,
There you
look,
go.
somebody's
Nice.
joining us from a cat dome.
Cat
Awesome.
dome.
Shoot real guns in America.
Arkansas.
I think we have New Mexico
Oh gosh.
or Arizona.
AM, is
Soren
that
does the internet. It's New Mexico or Arizona.
Oh, Wisconsin. Oh,
New
this
York?
one's definitely Florida. The shoot real machine guns, fun for the entire family.
That
That's
could
like
be Vegas too.
when I was, let's see, Hackspace Con last year, driving out that way, like in Kissimmee, Florida, I saw a bunch of these signs. I was like,
Nice.
oh yeah,
Kissimmee.
that sounds like so much fun.
Yeah.
Didn't they try and they were gonna shoot at the hurricane that time? That was
They should.
I,
'Cause,
I
you know,
mean, what could
It
possibly
can't
go
hurt
wrong?
anything.
I
I
know.
mean, really. Oh, there's Denver. The terrifying Bronco out at the airport.
Hey,
That statue is cursed. That statue literally killed the sculptor that made it.
really?
Yeah, look it up. They were getting ready to ship it and it crushed him.
Oh my
But all of
God.
DIA is cursed. It's just cursed, all of it.
Jason wants us to remind everybody, if you have issues, post your screenshots in the tech support active defense cyber deception channel in
Yes.
Discord.
Yes, we keep reminding them. Thanks, Jason.
All right.
It looks like, oh, speaking of Denver, we're gonna have a conference there in February, and that should be coming up. We'll be putting that up on the site soon. Whoop, whoop,
Yeah.
whoop.
By the way, HK and Brian, as we're adding people into Cloud Labs, let's make sure that we're getting them into the class unit, not default. Class unit is the correct unit.
Somebody's joining us. Is that
I don't know,
Tom
this
Hall?
gentle giant fit, that's a tough one.
Never-
Looks like a cowboy with a red hat and a big N.
Velda would
where could-
probably know.
Where could that be
Hmm.
from?
If there was
Uh,
corn, I would say Nebraska.
Norway. It's Norwegian.
Yeah. It's got
Yeah, and that's do 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 do. Yes, that's Norwegian.
yeah.
That's pretty
The
good.
Norwegian wood. I
Yep.
once met a girl. Or should I say? Sorry.
Definitely nailed it. You know it.
John,
Vince.
Mr. Diesel Dog wants to know if Fort Wayne treated you well the other
Fort Wayne
weekend.
was
Oh, he
awesome,
didn't get
but
to
I didn't
go.
go. I did present. It went really, really, really well. The online one went really well. So it was a good time, but so what happened is my flight kept getting delayed the evening before,
Oh,
and there was no way I was going to make the connection. So I had to basically just present virtually, which sucked, but it was a good con. It was good presentation.
John
will
be
be in Nebraska soon.
Yes.
For
He's reading
Cyber
that
Tatanka?
like it's the first time he's seeing of it.
Not Norway. Yeah, Megan's been around me way too long. She's like,
He's like, oh,
I know that look.
Yeah.
Somebody better remind John. when he's
we'll
going to be
put it on Erica's
presenting
calendar.
at
We got you covered.
Cyber Tatanka. I
Yes.
totally did on my own without somebody off screen telling me.
Thanks, honey.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
Hackett.
prerequisites
You're in the
refresher do you
waterfall
recommend to have for
cave?
this course?
What's that?
What prerequisites refresher do you recommend to have for this course?
Nothing but a smile and a good attitude.
Yes.
And
Because
those
we
two
don't like
things.
jerks.
No, we don't like jerks.
No
We don't
jerks
like to
allowed.
party with those people.
Oh, I didn't realize that we were going to be live streaming on LinkedIn as well.
Are we on LinkedIn too?
Yes, we are.
Oh, that's
You're
awesome. I'm gonna take
everywhere,
it.
man. You're
Ryan,
how-
what have you done, Ryan?
That's where Ryan is just like, bam, dropping it.
You
How many
said
people do we
live
have on the
stream
LinkedIn's?
Boom.
Is somebody monitoring LinkedIn's chat? Like, I don't even know what's happening. I'm
I
doing
haven't got enough
Discord. I'm
monitors
calling
to monitor
Discord.
everything.
Yeah,
right.
monitor everything. How many people do we have on the LinkedIn's?
I don't know. I can't get it pulled up here.
That's pretty crazy.
That's, yeah.
Eric Taylor said, you also have to have clothes. You need to have clothes on. No, you don't. You do not need to have clothes. So, by
Just
the way, you
shirts.
don't have to prove that with any pictures. It's not a personal challenge. I'm just saying it's all
Yes.
virtual. You could totally take this class while sitting in a bathtub with some candles, maybe some incense, and I don't know, like some Kenny G playing in the background. 'Cause I
Yes,
think-
Kenny G.
Today we're going to be talking about cyber deception.
Yes,
Goodness.
Kenny G.
Here come the gifts.
Yes. he
Doesn't
is.
take long. This
Sax master.
this format is like custom made for people like us, like attention
Yes.
deficit disorder, jumping from thing to thing. This is like
Yeah.
straight crack cocaine.
Yeah.
So
Or you
I
on
just love it.
caffeine.
Maybe
This is how
I'll
an adult.
maybe
Eric
I'll
said-
make a on day 4, maybe we'll play bingo.
Yeah, we might be able to do that. Get the bingo cards, the John
Yeah.
Strand bingo cards out.
Some
Listen,
people have already done bingo in the pre-show.
This is
Yeah.
all garbage.
yeah.
So like I
LinkedIn's
said,
not giving me a
so
live.
HK, Brian, let's be sure to keep, like, people are having trouble. Let's get them thrown into Cloud Labs. So
Yes. Yes.
we don't want them to struggle too much.
Well,
Mm.
struggling's part of it. A little bit. Just a
A
small.
little struggle's good.
Yes.
Oh,
A
the
lot of-
Elmo cocaine gif. I love that one.
If y'all are joining us, this is our pre-show banter. We'll be getting
Yes.
started with the real stream here in about 5 minutes with John Strand, and they'll be teaching you all about active defense and
Yeah.
cyber deception. So if you're joining us, 5 minutes, we'll be getting
Yes.
started. Thank
This is
you
just the
for being
pretend
here.
stream.
Yeah, we're just pretending, hanging out.
Yeah.
Yep.
How many on
I
LinkedIn?
cannot
I don't
believe
know.
it's already we filled 55 minutes of just nonsense. I love it. We can fill some time with some nonsense.
You know what? It's almost like we could do 24 hours, Megan.
don't listen. You don't want to open that can of worms again, Mr. Strand.
I
You
think
gotta
I think they're
tempt
already
people.
starting on it.
The
Who is?
24-hour thing,
Oh.
you could do your SOC core skills, ACDC, and getting started one after the other.
You got it. Okay, that I
Oh
would.
my gosh. Can you imagine by the time you get to deception, you would be just like nuts.
I got
mean,
this. I don't think it's so. Isn't it like?
Jason, no!
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd
But
have to do
I
it
would
like
be
no,
fine.
day
And
one,
what we
day
should
one,
do, we
then
should
day
do a
two, day
24-hour
two.
workshop, a 24-hour workshop con, where we get all of our instructors and they present a 4-hour block or an 8-hour block. I'll do overnight. I can do that one. I don't know how you all feel about that. Like instead of a 24-hour pre-show banter, we do 24 hours of workshops.
Zach, welcome to the team, buddy. You're gonna
Yeah.
you're gonna
That's all
carry
on
that
you, Zach.
torch.
Yeah. So, but I only have
Okay.
to do my specific 8-hour
Yeah,
section.
right. Zach, you get the 24 hours, buddy.
I like
got
somebody.
it.
Oh,
Velda
all
just
right.
said. Velda just says, "Yikes! I'm busy. I've got a thing in Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's also
Thing
known
that
as
day.
Cyber Tatanka.
Yeah.
Got some
John
corn to grow.
Strand after dark.
Yeah, it's like, let me check my
Do the roast
schedule.
of John
Nope.
Strand. Bunch of workshops and culminating event is John.
Who tried to do a 24-hour CMMC con?
Oh my gosh,
Oh
no.
God.
What?
That sounds boring.
I mean, you gotta make the freaking topic a little bit palatable, right?
So, the first 2 hours we read it, and We didn't
And
quite
then
know
we
where to
read the
go
addendums
from
for the next
there.
7 hours.
Yeah.
Strand After Dark may get a bit wild. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
maybe. It was pretty bad.
Oh, he was like loopy.
Yeah,
I
I'm sure.
came on in the morning and it was,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we were
felt sorry
loopy.
for them.
The 23rd hour was the really interesting
Yeah,
one.
that was the
magic
best.
hour.
I definitely tuned in for the ending.
All right. One more quick pit stop and then we're going.
All right, you got 3 minutes.
I'm just throwing in the YouTube chat here, info on the Discord.
Yes.
So just a reminder, if y'all need help with anything, if you're joining us on YouTube or Zoom, I would strongly encourage you to join us over on Discord. That's where all of the fun chats happen, but that's where you'll find a lot of the resources available for you. And especially if you need help, you'll be able to contact our staff there as well. So
Yeah.
please join us on Discord if you haven't, but we are watching from all the different angles,
Yes.
channels.
I'm calling Discord. I got dibs on Discord. So if anybody is joining us from YouTube on the Discord, please go to the customer service channel or the student lobby and say, hey, YouTube or something like that, so we can add your class role, because we're not going to have your contact information, but I just added Eland, so you should have access to the channel now.
And to all those people working in the background like Jason and Daryl, thank you so much for your help. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you everybody for that's helping out today. And thank you
Yeah.
to people who
It's
have
a team effort. A team effort.
it's a team effort. We have quite a few people here who've joined us now for maybe like the second or third time for this class. And I just want to, throw a special shout out to you guys for, coming back and joining us again. So if you are one of those people who've joined us a few times for one of these classes, thank you for being here. We really do appreciate your support and any help that you can provide during these classes as well.
And I made it.
You did
Yes,
it.
right on time.
Did. Thank God my bladder's like a thimble.
The joys of age, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Wonderful.
What joys, what joy, what happiness.
The sleep injuries, like it's just so fun.
Yeah, I had
Never
like
stops.
terrible nightmares, like the solar flare stuff, the aurora borealis, like that night. Just bad nightmares. So
Was it?
that happens now.
Did
Before
you,
you-
Solve my
Allison
nightmares.
sent some pictures. It looks so cool up there.
So cool, so cool.
Hey,
So
John,
tough.
before you get started, I'm going to share Discord really quick here.
Sounds
everybody.
good. And then we have David F is complaining. There are too many chat channels. Where should we get in Discord?
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
that man a Discord link right now. Let's unify it. So
So on the screen right now, you guys can see if you join us on Discord, you'll see pretty much a very similar view that I have, although you might have more or less channels here on the left-hand side. But in the Anti-Siphon Discord channel on the left-hand side, if we scroll down here, are looking for Pay What You Can training, and under Pay What You Can training, you should see this Active Defense Cyber Deception May 2024 channel. And this is where all of the fun chats are going to be happening. So please be sure to join us there. We have links everywhere, I think, for this now. But if you have questions, there's where you can find us.
all right.
Well,
Are we
with
ready
that,
to kick the tires and light the
Yes.
fires?
yes,
Let's
So
do
we will be
this.
around in the
Independence Day
background
quote?
if you need anything.
Go. You should be able to see my screen now.
Yep.
Hopefully.
Have
Yep.
fun.
Everything gets weird way fast. As soon as I share my screen, all of a sudden the Zooms are like, we're going to rearrange everything on you right now. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. Thank you very much for joining us. This is yet another Pay What You Can anti-siphon training class. What we're trying to do is bring corporate, expensive, SANS-like training to the masses at a low cost. And if you hear any drills or things behind me, never mind. It's not a torture cave. This building is under construction. So we've got lots of stuff going on in this building. Hopefully it's not too bad. Right now they're installing sprinkler systems. So get set up. If you have any questions, I would ask if you can put the questions in YouTube chat. I am following YouTube chat over here. And on the other side, I am following the Discord chat. Now, most of where I respond actually goes into Discord. By the way, if ever what is your favorite GIF? Could somebody please share out, like all of you all, just share your favorite GIF. I see that we have a Muppet GIF. That's awesome. I love the Muppet GIFs. Those are great. Let's get the GIFs going. There we go. Some good GIFs. My favorite GIF is a GIF of Adolf Hitler. Because we're going to start this out by getting people out of their comfort zone. It's a picture of Adolf Hitler, and he's doing the Nazi salute, and then you see dice drop out of his hand, and then he says, Yahtzee! And I don't know why I find that so funny, but that's my favorite GIF. If somebody can find that one, it's absolutely fantastic, because the best thing you can do with Nazis is laugh at them, as Mel Brooks said, for the producers, and I agree with that. That's pretty good. That's my favorite, right? We got some really great ones coming in here. Awesome. Now, here's the deal. GIFs are fine. I'm going to leave them on as long as you're okay. So as long as you're okay, we're going to keep these GIFs going. But there's a lot of conversation and communication that goes back and forth between you all, right? Where you're all sharing information with each other. You're talking about the slides. That's great. If you have a question, you need to @mention me. All right. That highlights it in a special way. So I know that there's a question for me as the instructor. If you're just typing in and you're like, John, I've got a question, probably is just going to blow by the screen fairly quickly. Yes. Inglourious Bastards, another great movie. Just fantastic. So if you want to do it @StrandJS, and then I'll be able to see it. If you want to practice that now, go for it. Just to mention me. That's how I keep. Oh, Robert Smith from The Cure. Mic drop, Lucio F. Nicely played. Another quick note. If you haven't figured out quite yet at this point, I have crippling ADHD, and this is the only way I can cope. All right. So it's entirely possible that you're going to post things and I'm going to comment on them. And that's why awesome live training is the best. It's really cool, right? We get this interaction. We go back and forth. Is that caffeine in your hand? No. This particular this training, Pay What You Can training, is brought to you by Low Sodium V8, who still is not sponsoring me. But yeah, Low Sodium V8. I know that there's a lot of influencers online that are trying to get sponsored by people, but if I could get sponsored by Low Sodium V8, that would be fantastic. It's also brought to you by Folgers Instant Decaf Coffee. It's horrible, but it kind of tastes like coffee. So check that out as well. Just good stuff. Also, I want to do a quick shout out. I don't think a lot of people know this yet in the world, as it were. But we have a new sponsor. See, this Pay What You Can training is really driven by the people who pay for the training, and I'm going to talk more about that a little bit later. But we also have sponsors that see what we're doing, and they're just some of the coolest people in the world. They'll basically say, hey, so the Pay What You Can training, if we sponsor that, can we just give you money? And I'm like, yeah, but I should let you know, I'm not going to give you the emails of everybody that registers. I'm not going to sell myself out. And they're like, no, that's cool. We're going to give you a check and we're going to help this out. And this company, SAS Alerts, let's see if they're on Twitter so we can all go say hi. Here we go. If you could all do a shout out to SAS Alerts, I would really appreciate it, because SAS Alerts just basically hunted me down at a conference. So if you guys could go ahead and do thank you @SAS Alerts, I would at Zitter, the Twitters, the X gonna give it to you. If you could please go to Twitter and do a shout out to SAS Alerts and say thank you. Because they're our newest corporate sponsor that is allowing this to happen. They're not asking for anything at all other than just saying, hey, could you mention our company and say that we do SAS Alerts? It's very, very cool of them to help out. So go give them a mention and say thank you for what they're doing in the Pay What You Can space. So that's awesome. Yes, a DMX reference. There might be some Drake and Kendrick Lamar references out there. And for the record, I'm currently hunting for the most elusive of rap fanatics out there. People who actually think that Drake is winning this thing. They call it a rap beef, but Kendrick's just destroying Drake. It's just absolutely insane. I don't think that's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. Kendrick is winning. Dude, it's so, yeah, I know. Wow. Crazy. All right. But yeah, thank you so much to those. They're also on Instagram. So let's go ahead and say thank you to SaaS Alerts. If you have cloud security needs, be sure to check it out. They got a lot of really cool things. The other thing that's cool about SaaS Alerts is they actually know who Bo Bullock is. Bo is the author of the cloud pen testing class, and they're constantly sending people to Bo's class, and they're like, we need to catch what this guy's doing. So they're doing it the right way. We really, really, really appreciate it on that as well. All right, but we're here for active defense, offensive countermeasures, and cyber deception, which is just, they're all awesome things. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the class virtual machines. All right, so when it comes to the class virtual machines, I have people that are DMing me. Yeah, if Oscar Mayer destroyed Drake, if you could let people know on the Twitters that we have a YouTube live stream. So if you go out there and say, hey, we're doing a YouTube live stream on Threads, Instagram, Reels, MySpace, Blue Sky, Twitter, LinkedIn, hell, I don't know if I'm missing. Just let people know that, hey, we're doing this live because F it, why not? I think that our format is just built for live, which is very, very cool. But get the word out. We need to amplify the signal, Mal, as much as we can. And yes, that is a Firefly reference as well. So this class has a lot of labs, like a crazy amount of labs associated with it. And there's a couple of ways that you can get those labs. So if I go to Strand.js GitHub, these are my open labs for all of my Pay What You Can classes, right? So we have Pay What You Can Intro to SOC Core Skills, which coincidentally kicks off next week. And I'll talk more about this as we progress. But if you have someone that's like really wants to get into information security, but they don't have the money, they don't have the time, they're working their ass off in minimum wage jobs, this is great. It's also Pay What You Can. It's starting next week. There's going to be some links showing up down here. I'm just going to say it bluntly. This is SANS quality training, folks. Like if you're paying for SANS Institute stuff, this is the quality that you would get at the SANS Institute, maybe even a little better. But we're doing it for Pay What You Can because we're trying to get people out here as much as we can in this industry. So that is the class that's next week. Then in a few weeks after that, we're going to be kicking off Intro to Security, which is all the core killer things that you need to have. We call them the atomic controls, the 11 things that you need to have in your environment in order to be ready for an attack hitting your environment. But at the bottom, these are the labs that we're going to be doing in this class over the next 4 days. Why are we doing it over 4 days? Because what I learned over the years at teaching at the SANS Institute is this fire hose that we just started out right now fries people's brains. It usually takes, I don't know, about 4 hours to completely cook someone's noggin in a class like this. So by taking a 16-hour class and spreading it out over 4 days, gives people a little bit more time to digest what's going on. All right. The other thing is this is being recorded. I know that there's a large number of you that have jobs like jobs, and you have to do job style things. Well, it turns out that the recordings will be available to all of you. So if you have to miss a day or miss a few modules, that's okay. It's suboptimal. I absolutely love your weird chicken gifts. Like that's kind of strange. The shoe salesman throwing, we'll take chicken gifts. Absolutely. Let's throw them in. So we have the ability for people to come back and view this later as well. So check that out. But these are the labs that we're going to be doing. To do the labs, thou shall need a class virtual machine. To get that virtual machine, all right. So to get that virtual machine, this is where you can download said virtual machine. All right. And we got people, they got the links. They're in the resources in Discord. So get set up in the Discord so you can download the virtual machine. But as we talked about briefly in the pre-show banter, Broadcom bought VMware. And they thought, what is the most expedient way that we can burn as much goodwill as we possibly can for all of VMware's customers. And they basically just destroyed their entire licensing, so trying to download everything. It's been down for, I don't know, like it's been over a week now. Like, how the hell does that work? Like, somebody should be getting fired on this. And behind it, there's an executive, right? And the executive is like this, got this vision of themselves being the George Washington of IT, right? Like, everybody, we're going to pull together as a team and we're all going to do this migration and we're going to make this Broadcom migration work. And in the back, there's some IT person that's like, excuse me, sir. Yeah, that's not going to work. Steve is not a doer. I like running a company of doers. This Steve just sees problems. I'm looking for visionaries that see solutions. I'm looking for alpha males. If we could get some of those, that would be fantastic. And then everything burned down around him. And at no point is that guy, and it had to have been a dude, is that guy that set this entire thing up, at no point since everything's burnt down has he thought to himself late at night while laying in bed that this could be my fault. No, that thought never crossed his head ever once. Never once. So, yeah, people are like, John just came back from RSA. Close. Yeah. So we have a link. If you go to resources again, where we downloaded VMware Player, and you can download it from RS3 bucket, so you can still get the virtual machine. However, how many of you are Mac people out there? Do we have any Mac people or Linux people? There we go. We got some Mac people. Awesome. I love Mac. The new M processors, I think I have like an M2 Air with 24 gigs of, I love Mac. Great. They're awesome. But they're all on ARM-based processors, okay? So that creates some issues, right? And even if you're running Linux, because Linux is Ubuntu, Linux is Debian, Linux is Arch, Linux is all these things, System 76 Pop! OS for the win. It's my favorite distribution. And it turns out the VMware doesn't play well on those. So what we have for a solution for those of you that have Macs or their computer system is absolutely dying, Windows 11, or if you're running on Windows 11, right? And we have this handy dandy cloud lab. Like, all the labs work right in here. It's just great. Everything is set up. We got a full Ubuntu environment built into this. Just great. Just so cool. A lot of work went into this, and it's been cool. We've got a team behind it, lots of people to help you out. If you can't get your virtual machine to work, and you really should get your virtual machine to work, because this class is so much better if you run it in a real virtual machine environment. Like, I've got VMware here. Where is it? There it is. Here's my virtual machine. I've extracted it, and I can open it up in VMware. Maybe it's going to start. It works fantabulously. It's just so much better to be in a virtual machine. You can give it more memory. I'm going to give this one, I'm going to kick this up to 8 gigs because I'm crazy. Why not? So I'm going to go, okay. And then we're going to start this up. It just works so well, right? Just very, very cool. Pops up, say I copied it. It's great. But if it doesn't, and you can't get it to work, my goal and objective in this class is not to get you frustrated at virtualization and not to get you frustrated on all of the different things trying to get these things going. It's really about getting you into cyber deception, and getting you to have fun with it. So just so you know, all the video is recorded. All the stuff for this class is recorded, so you can come back and view it at a later date. The other thing is the virtualized environment will stay up for a few weeks after class. So you'll get the VMs, those will work forever as long as you can power them on. But the virtualized environment that we're going to be using this week, for those of you that are having trouble, that's going to be up and running for a while. You need to go to Tech Support, Active Defense. If you can't get it work, struggle, try to get it to work first. But if you can't, or you're on a Mac or you're on a Linux computer system, once again, love my Linux brothers and sisters, we will get you a cloud virtual machine. And right now, how many people do I have? We got a good number of people in, and we currently have got a number of running copies. A number of people are in there. They're in there and they're getting set up. Cool. Look at that. This also helps us troubleshoot because I can click on monitor and I can see what's going on in that particular student's instance. So it's just great. So those are the labs. That's the class VM. You all need to get set up so we can do that. Don't freak out. Don't panic. We're going to have plenty of time to get this stuff up and running. Morrison said, awesome tooling. Absolutely. We try to make this as accessible as we possibly can to as many people as we possibly can, because that's our goal at anti-siphon security training. So check it out. All right. So this class is different. It is different, not just because it is pay what you can. And I want to make it very clear that's effing weird, right? Like the whole pay what you can model, we'll talk about it at the end of class. We can talk about it a little bit later on today, but it's weird. And there's lots of people that are super duper uncomfortable about like something like this being pay what you can. Like that's insane. People will just pay nothing. Yep, that's fine. I don't care. Honestly, our pay what you can classes are because I'm kind of sick and tired of getting our asses kicked by hackers, illegal hackers, right? And how do we actually fix that? We fix that through education. How do we fix that through education? By maximizing profits and charging as much as we possibly can for a course. No, that's not what we do. We change that paradigm by trying to get as many people in to the training like of computer security as you possibly can. We have some Simply Cyber people here. We need to come up with a better name for the Simply Cybers. What do we call Simply Cyber advocates out there? What do we want to call them? Simple Cybers? Vikings, we could do that. Team Simply Cyber, I like that. Team SC. I think Jerry's lurking around in here somewhere. Goonies would be awesome. That would be great. But Simply Cyber is awesome. We love Simply Cyber, right? And what Jerry's doing for the industry is just absolutely top notch. Also, big shout out to Cyber Mentor. Do we have any people here that know the Cyber Mentor and Heath and what they're doing? We love Cyber Mentor, right? It's all about making affordable training and making it available to as many people as we possibly can. And we do need a name for the Simply Cyber people. Cybes, I don't know if I'm going to go with Cybes. Probably went too far with the Cybes because that sounds like some type of skin condition that they're going to advertise on Fox News or MSNBC, whichever. The station doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of people running around in cars and splashing in the ocean and saying, I have Cybes. No, that's bad name. Bad name. Bad name. We can do better. Let's do better. Also, the approach, the labs, and many of the labs are not baked into the slides. They're actually baked into the markdown, available that you all can access absolutely everywhere. It's awesome and it's available. And I have people all the time. They're like, so I went into your GitHub and I noticed it's open to the public and everybody can see that. Yep. I know. I'm completely and utterly aware that this is wide open to the public where everyone can see it. And that is intentional. All right. That is absolutely intentional. So we've got a VM. Inside of the VM. You can like hide your virtual machines in there, man. Yeah. So we got a VM inside of the VM. And then we got it running out in the cloud. You don't have to dig through hundreds of pages to find things. And also, I'm going to do video walkthroughs. It's all going to be recorded. So I'm going to do the step-by-step walkthrough of the labs so you'll all get to see how that lab works. So when we're talking about cyber deception, one of the goals of this course is to really break down the barriers for people doing cyber deception in their environment, right? And if you're just getting started in computer security, it can be somewhat overwhelming to try to bring cyber deception into your environment simply because you have a lot of people in management that are like, well, there's no compliance standard. I don't think NIST has anything for cyber deception. And that gets to be somewhat of a problem because no one wants to be truly innovative, right? Except for that guy at Broadcom that like burned VMware to the ground. He truly wanted to be an innovator, but it didn't work out for him. So womp womp. But no one really wants to be an innovator. Everyone wants to think that they're innovators, but no one really wants to be an innovator. So the vast majority of people out there will say, as Matt just said at JPL, there's no requirement to do this. Matt, could you do me a favor? Could you share a picture of the center of the universe at JPL? All right. Because that's awesome. They're like right on the floor, down at the floor level where you see all the people popping champagne. They have the center of the universe that they basically say all the telemetry from everything at JPL comes in. So JPL is one of my favorite places. Very, very cool. But yeah, no one wants to be an innovator, really. They want to be thought of as an innovator. They don't actually want to do that, right? And there's no requirement to do this, so they don't do it. So it's really, really cool because MITRE has created the Engage framework, which is basically set up as a framework that establishes what an active and engaged defense looks like. And we'll spend some time talking about what is the difference between an active defensive approach and a more passive defensive approach. If you're looking at like EDRs, or if you're looking at B Marcus was asking for the link for the GitHub repository. I've got you covered. Maybe someone's going to beat me to it, but it would be sad if I was able to beat everyone and I'm the one teaching. Like, oh my God. Oh, I got in. Yeah. It's almost like running the Discord server gives me super speed privileges as well. But there you go. And then also we got a picture of the center of the universe from Matt. Just coolest stuff. Like my presentation that I did at JPL is one of my favorites out there as well. So when we're looking at MITRE Engage basically breaks down what are the things an organization can do from an active defense perspective. What can we do to actively engage with the attackers? Some of those things are not pure deception, right? It's not like we're creating honeypots all the time, everywhere for everybody. Sometimes it could be something as simple as doing network traffic analysis because it requires us to be engaged in an environment. What are some absolutely crazy nation state level attacks that we have seen? There it is right there, JPL. Love it. What are some crazy nation state level attacks that we've had over the past couple of years that you're just looking at it and you're like, holy crap, we got so lucky with this particular attack? Solar Winds, right? Not Petya. Colonial Pipeline, right? The big ones that scare me are the ones like Solar Winds, right? Where the attackers are able to insert their malware inside of the supply chain and patches and updates. Stuxnet is pretty scary too, right? I like to move it. Yep, the vulnerability that just keeps on giving, right? So when you're looking at a lot of these vulnerabilities, XZ utilities for decompression and compression, nice, log4j, right? But if we're looking at the nation state level attacks that have actually hit the internet, a good number of those attacks would not have been detected at all unless it was for somebody being very enterprising and able to look for that particular attack and that particular vulnerability. Another example would be, what was it? Palo Alto. They had a pretty bad vulnerability in their system. And thankfully somebody else detected it. And well, I don't know, they kind of thought that maybe some nation states were attacking it. So when we're looking at Avanti, we're looking at Cisco, we're looking at Palo Alto, we're looking at Solar Winds, we're looking at all of these different types of vulnerabilities. Generally, there's not a signature written for it. And a lot of these devices do not have built-in capabilities to run an EDR like Cylance or CrowdStrike. They just don't. So that means the traditional detective methodologies may not work, right? Also, there's a whole bunch of different examples of where EDRs can get bypassed. At Black Hills Information Security, we have something like 5 or 6 engineers working to bypass various EDRs. It's part of their job. It's not the only thing that they're doing out there as well. Oh, Casually Joseph, Cisco lets you rate their vulnerabilities. That was pretty awesome. That was pretty cool on the news. So you have a number of things that are not just pure deception and just dropping in a honeypot somewhere in an environment. We're actually talking about different types of active defense methodologies that we can actually utilize as well. All right. And I know that my video is getting a little bit choppy. I don't know why. All right, but we'll see. So we're going to break things down, right? We're going to break things down in definitions and disclaimers so that we have a better idea of the terminology and the different tools that we have that we can use when we're communicating with various executives going beyond something as simple as MITRE, right? And Audrey Van Lewis has got a great one out there, moving target defenses, right? We want to keep them moving, right? So The topics covered in this course could get you into trouble, right? But most activities, if they're not done properly, can end poorly, right? That's just what happens. It's like if you solder poorly enough, it's going to turn into a smoke show, right? The magic smoke, right? So anything you do in computer security, anything you do in life, there's always a wrong way to do it. And I talk about this because we run into people very regularly like, well, you can't do active defense because that's illegal and it's entrapment. And that person who's the straw man that I just created right now for the purposes of this class to sound like an absolute moron is absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. You must be ethical, as Brian's bringing up. You have to be ethical about what you're doing. Now, there's a lot of people based on their training. They go to like classes from ISC squared, or they get their CISSP, and they talk about like an active defense, cyber deception, something like that in really broad terms, as though it's something as simple as just hacking back, right? And hacking back really kind of captures the imagination of InfoSec professionals absolutely everywhere. The idea of hacking back just sounds neat, right? Like we've got an attacker and we're going to actively hack that attacker and break into their system and take it to them, man. Yeah. Well, that's a bad idea. And the thing that sucks is if we allow the definition to be completely based on hacking back, we're in trouble. We're in trouble because that, by and large, in most situations, is quite probably illegal. And we're going to spend a lot more time talking about that as we progress. But going straight to that hack back place will absolutely get you into trouble. So we want to talk about some tactics that you're going to want to have a conversation with management, change management. You're going to want to have a conversation with your legal team and your compliance team and your GRC team before you implement some of these things. But they're not like illegal on the face of it, right? Like if we're creating honey accounts in an environment, is that necessarily something that we got to get a room full of lawyers to help the medicine go down? I don't think so. That doesn't seem like a good idea to me as well. Also, I'm going to talk about lines that if you're working with law enforcement and they ask you to do certain things, it's probably going to require a warrant. If you're working with law enforcement and all of a sudden law enforcement says, we want you to get persistent access on this hacker's server, you're going to want a warrant because that law enforcement agent is protected. If they do something illegal, they got qualified immunity, they're probably going to be just fine. If they ask you to do something, you can get all kinds of civil liability lawsuits thrown your way and possibly criminal as well. We want to maintain these high ethical and legal standards, and we don't want to become the thing that we're defending against. There's a lot of people, whenever they're looking at like the world writ large, they look at things in terms of black and white, wrong and right, good and bad, evil versus not evil, right? And there's this belief that if somebody is evil, I can do evil things to that person because they're evil. That's not the right way to look at the universe, especially whenever we're looking at cyber deception and hacking back. So what is an active defense? Because I said it's not just doing cyber deception, right? It's not just, just setting up honeypots and traps. There's more to it than that, right? There's much more to it than that. An active defense is employment of limited offensive actions and counterattacks to deny a contested area or a position to the enemy. Proactive, anticipatory, reactionary actions against aggressors. And the way to think of this, especially when we're looking at computer security, is the adversaries are already inside the gates. They're already present and accounted for in many situations, or they have multiple avenues to get in a variety of situations as well. This is fundamentally different than a passive defense. Passive defense is measures taken to reduce the probability of and to minimize the effects of damage caused by a hostile action without the intention of taking the initiative. Traditional static defenses where you hope for the best. Now, it's not saying that active defense is inherently better or worse than a passive defense. They absolutely have their pros and cons, right? So if we're looking at a passive defense, we're looking at something like antivirus or endpoint protection, right? That's very passive. It runs on a computer system. It waits for an attacker to come in. And when that attacker comes in, it generates an alert. It says, hey, we're starting to see this malware here, folks. We need to do something about that. That's passive in nature, but it is still highly effective. It's still highly effective, but it has its limitations of its effectiveness. A lot of the antivirus stuff that we see out there is very much, it fails because of configurations. It fails because of limitations of the way that the EDRs are implemented. It fails because it's not installed on the device that we're hacking into. So there's absolutely limitations to that specific type of passive defensive security technology out there as well. What do we got? Jim? Oh, not me. So hardening would be considered a passive defense. Absolutely. It's something you do to protect yourself from an attack, but you're not actively hardening your systems unless you're like in a really bad security environment. We're like, oh my God, we're hacked. Everybody patch. Bad idea, right? We don't want to live that way, right? So when we're looking at an active defense would be like a threat hunting team, a team that is actively making a live fire decision to say, we believe that there are attackers that are already inside our gates. We believe that they've already bypassed our passive defenses, and we're actively going to hunt them down. And then we're going to automate that process as well. So would an incident response team be considered an active defense team as well? Not necessarily. That would be a horse of a completely different color, Caleb. That would be your IR team, your incident response team. So it's like the people recovering. It's like firefighters, right? They're not really a defensive, they're a reactionary team. And your incident response team would definitely flow into that category as well. Vulnerability detection, that's more of you're just kind of like patching at that point. You're looking and actively dealing with vulnerabilities in your environment. So when we're talking about an active defense, we're talking about defenses that actively engage the adversary and actively engage your team. Now, can these things bleed over to each other? Absolutely. If you're actively hunting for an adversary and you find a vulnerability, you're going to coordinate with the vulnerability management team to deal with that. So there's going to be some bleed and there's going to be some things out there as well. Detection engineering and threat hunting team are the same team? Usually not. They are at Black Hills Information Security. Usually detection engineering is just the team of the SIM analysts working together to kind of tune those SIM alerts and write new SIM alerts out there as well. So the threat hunting team is actively looking for the adversaries. We'll give you an example of what that is in network threat hunting here in just a couple of minutes. Red teaming, testing the defensive, would that be part of an active defense? I would say, yeah, you're actively trying to find ways into your environment as well. All right. So prevention is ideal, but detection is a must. And the reason why is you are going to get hacked. It is something that is absolutely going to happen. There's going to be an incident. You're going to get compromised. You're going to have to deal with that compromise effectively. So what are offensive countermeasures? So we've got a picture of this lady doing a keto with this guy. And a keto is very similar to that, right? Like a keto is very much using your opponent's energy against them, right? That's a great analogy. The keto is not so much offensive as it is waiting for the attacker to make their move and then you deal with it, right? But you're dealing with it in kind of an offensive sort of way. You're still using martial arts out there as well, but you're doing attack level defenses with a defensive posture. So let me give you a story. So this is a long, long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away, known as Atlantic City. All right. So a young John Strand, who had much more hair, was in Atlantic City for an HTCIA conference. And this was one of the first conferences that I actually had porn pop up on my screen in front of hundreds of people. I was working an incident at the time, and we were doing hard drive analysis and was running FTK, and there were some nasty things. Plugged in the video projector from my work computer, and that happened. So that was like a real thing. So that conference is going to be forever burned in my brain out there. No, absolutely, Joe. I'm telling you, if you present enough and you work in computer security enough, weird things are going to happen, especially if you're doing forensics as well. So yeah, totally awkward. But the other thing that happened at this conference that was very, very, very interesting was I landed at like 9, 10 o'clock, and at about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a phone call from some friends of mine at a law enforcement agency. Nope, not that one. Or that one. Was it tasteful porn? No, it was not. I don't want to get into it. Let's just say it was embarrassing enough for me. The only reason why I got away with it is somebody was like, yeah, we totally noticed that that was an FTK. And it was like the imager had the capability to pull all the pictures on the computer system and they were there. So that was awesome. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. So I get this call from law enforcement and they say, look, we've got a little girl that's been abducted. She's 9 years old. We know who has abducted her. And it's a family friend, of course, right? And we need to find a way to track this person. We can communicate with this person because one of his friends is communicating with him via Skype. This is back in the days before Microsoft owned Skype, where Skype literally was like, if you gave a warrant or anything, they would just basically tell you F off. They would never give you the IP address. They wouldn't help you under any circumstances whatsoever, even an abducted child. So they knew that we could communicate from one friend to this individual via Skype, but that's all that we had. So at the time, doing a lot of pen testing, Core Impact was a tool that was bought by I can't remember who bought Core Impact, but some company bought Core Impact. And they had this thing where you could generate a document, and inside of that document, it had an image source tag and also a cascading style sheet that if somebody opened up that Word document, it would trigger, and I could tell that somebody opened that Word document without actually breaking into their computer system for persistent access. So we created a Word document and we inserted in this little cascading style sheet, an image source tag inside of that document. And we sent it to the person that we believed had the little girl. And it was part of a whole communication stream. The guy was like, that was working with us said, hey, there's a warrant out for your arrest. It's kind of a big deal. I've added in the news article into this document, and the guy opened the document. And when he opened the document, we got his IP address, his source port, and his date timestamp. And that was enough for us to be able to go and get a warrant and then communicate with ISPs and get the location of where that individual was. He was actually in Kansas City. And we were able to safely get the little girl back. Now, this story kind of brings up a couple of different things that are out there. The first thing that I think is very interesting about it is I have people that are like, well, I don't know if that's necessarily illegal. Did you get a warrant? Look, no one effing cared, right? At that point, no one cares, right? And I know that this is a hard pill for some people like to kind of deal with, but at that particular point, we have a little girl that's been abducted. The most important thing was getting the girl back, right? The other thing that's important about this, when we're looking at like offensive countermeasures, is putting in image source tags, cascading style sheets inside of Word documents was something that I did as part of pen testing all of the time. So I was using this offensive technique in a defensive way. And for me, that really opened up and set the stage to basically say, you know what, we could do this legally as part of a defensive architecture. We could use this offensive technique and we could use it defensively to detect when people are doing things that are bad. So a little bit later on in the year, I got an opportunity to do just this thing. So I had a clearance, still have a clearance through the FBI. And at the time I was working at Northrop Grumman, and there was this thing, it was a program that we were working on that's called a SAPSAR program, Special Access Program, right? So if you have clearances, you have secret, top secret, and then you have secret SCI, sensitive compartmentalized information. And then from there, you get into special access programs that you have to be led into directly to gain access to it. Well, we had an individual that we believed was taking classified documents home and working on those documents during the weekend, right? Well, at least the weekend, evenings, whatever. But we couldn't prove it, right? We tried stopping this individual and seeing if they had anything, and that was getting a bit suspicious, but we wanted to catch him. So what we did is we did the exact same thing we did where we were dealing with a little girl, we actually seeded that as a template across all the Word documents in that SAPSAR program that was calling back to a domain that had an internal DNS entry for it, but it also had the same domain outside of the classified environment. And that next weekend, we got that person opening up a Word document. Once again, we got their IP address, date, timestamp, source port, and we were able to work with the ISP, and the FBI was able to go to their house and get their computer system. Sure enough, they were taking classified data out of a SCIF and taking it home using offensive type capabilities in a defensive manner. All right. So that was basically kind of the beginning of a lot of this. And if you're looking at these two stories, one of the things I want you to take from it is it's poison, not venom. Can someone get some pictures of some poisonous things? Let's go ahead and let's get some GIFs of like, what do we consider to be poisonous, right? All right. So what do we consider to be poisonous? A mushroom, right? Poisonous mushrooms, poisonous frogs. Lots of little froggies, drink me, not poison. A clownfish, poison of fish, right? Arsenic and old lace. There's Homer licking a frog. All right, awesome. So let's stop with the gifts. All right, we're going to stop with poison. All right. Now I want you to put things that are venomous. Put up things that are considered to be a snake, venomous snake. Very good. Things that are venomous, not a pufferfish. More snakes. More snakes. Venom, the actual comic book character as well. Yes, yes, this is in fact recorded. All right, so venomous snakes. Notice the difference, right? The difference is poison is something that needs to be taken. You have to interact with the poison. Venom is something that is struck out. Whenever we're dealing with this class, we sell in poison. We do not sell in venom. Venom is actively striking back. Poison is something that has to be interacted with. And we want to create things like Word documents that the attacker has to interact with in order for it to trigger out there as well. Awesome. What is cyber deception? So I've got this formula in the middle of the screen. Detection time plus reaction time must be less than the amount of time that the attacker has to take to break into your environment. All right. So if you look at passive security implementations and tools, right? You have very little in the way of detection and reaction insofar as the ability to control that variable, right? You're simply buying a product. I'm buying AV. I'm buying a firewall. We're buying these things, right? And then they run and they have detection and they have reaction possibly baked into them. If you're buying SOAR, right? If you're getting security, orchestration, automation, and response, it's going to do that for you. But you have very little control over those variables, all right? Very little control. You also, in traditional passive defensive architectures, have absolutely no control over the attacker, all right? So this formula kind of sucks for defenders, right? It really, really, really does. But it's absolutely 100% true when we're looking at trying to defend our organizations. Detection time plus reaction time must be less than the amount of time it takes for an attacker to attempt to break into our environment. And that's fine, and that's good, right? Somebody said, source port, do you mean like the details of the NIC? Tier said, no, the NIC would be the MAC address. That would be the organizationally unique identifier, which I think is the first 3 or 4 bytes of the NIC that denote the manufacturer. But when we're talking about source ports, all computers have 65,536 ports times 2, TCP and UDP ports. So the source port, if you're looking at the TCP IP header, you're going to see that there's a port identifier that's called source port. It's in that. So if somebody can get a picture of the TCP header, source port's right there. It's where it's coming from. So good question. You have any questions like that at all where I'm using weird words, please don't hesitate to ask, because that's what we're here for. Another way to think of ports is think of like a hotel. Imagine that you have a hotel that has 65,536 ports. Yes, it is, as a matter of fact, that it is dynamically addressed tier, but It is in the header. And whenever I communicate from a randomly assigned source port to port 80 on a web server, when that server responds, it's going to respond back to that randomly assigned source port. That's how it can keep state with all the communications that are out there. And by the way, if you're curious about all of this and you're like, this sounds interesting, and it makes me tingle in ways that I didn't know were possible, next week, we're teaching the SOC core skills class, and we talk about ports and services out there as well. So sign up for that. All right. All right. So we have detection time plus reaction time must be less than the amount of time it takes to attack. Deception as a methodology should never be looked at as a drop-in replacement or better than any other security technology out there, other than data loss prevention, which is just hot garbage. But no, you shouldn't be dropping in and replacing anything because of cyber deception. You just should not. It should be used to augment and basically address the security shortcomings of some of those technologies out there as well. It should complement and feed other layers out there as well. So when we're looking at this formula, as I mentioned, traditionally, we have little to no control over any aspects of this formula other than the technologies that we purchase. It's almost like a conspiracy, man. It's like the only things that we're given to defend our networks are the stuff that they're selling us, and we just got to buy what they're selling. There you go. So with that conspiracy theory and a little bit of insanity out that, tell Mr. Tomes, Landmaster 53, I say hello to him as well. I owe Mr. Tomes a phone call, by the way. Tim Tomes is one of the finest instructors I have ever seen in my entire life. He's one of the original like OG BHIS employees. He's super awesome. Check him out. He's Landmaster 53. All right. So let's kind of build this up and talk about how we can mess with that formula. So we have this wonderful little Wikipedia advanced persistent threat wheel of pain, right? We could define the target. That's you. Finalize and organize accomplices, build tools. We can actually go through and we can mess with the attackers at almost every single part of the APT wheel of pain. Almost every single one of them, right? If they're researching the infrastructure and the employees, we can create fake employees, right? Test for detection, we can make them think that we're running a completely different security stack than what we actually are. So if they're trying to bypass product X, we're really running product Y. This is powerful stuff, but you have to understand the adversary's methodologies. You have to understand how an attacker actually works out there. Let me give you an example. So if we look at the MITRE attack techniques matrix, right? So if we go to the MITRE attack technique matrix, my God, it's nothing but sponsored links on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Google. This is kind of like a taxonomy of what attackers do insofar as like their methodologies and the different techniques that they can use. Now, I saw last week somebody had a MITRE heat map where they were recording how often various techniques were used. So instead of trying to defend against everything, you could say these are the most used techniques that an attacker would actually use in an environment. If somebody could like find that, I'm gonna have you do my work for me. But there was somebody that did a MITRE attack technique matrix heat map that was out there, which I thought was pretty good. So I'm going to go down here to the bottom. We're going to scroll over. Here we go. And we're going to do lateral movement. All right. So we have lateral movement and we have things like exploitation of remote services. We can use honeypots in order to detect that sort of like moving into external or internal services. Internal spear phishing. We can detect if somebody's trying to download the global address list in an environment. Credentialed access, right? Credentials from password sprays, and things of that nature. If we know where an attacker is actually going to go, what are the main steps that an attacker is going to do post-exploitation, we can put our defensive cyber deception technologies in those places. Splunk had one. Excellent. Thank you, Eric. So let me ask. So post-exploitation, we've got, let me see. How many people do we have on LinkedIn, Ryan? I don't know. Ryan's still here. Brian's here. Who's here? 25. That's not bad for something we didn't know what we were doing. We have 256, which is a great number, 256 people on our Zoom, and then we have another 178 on the YouTubes. Rock on, folks. Some of you are offensive in nature. Post-exploitation. After you gain access to an environment, could you all that are in offense share with me your top 3 post-exploitation techniques to do lateral movement and escalate privileges in a domain? What are your top 3 favorite post-exploitation techniques to elevate privileges in a domain environment? Crack map exec, excellent. Hash dump, right? Some people are new to the game. Pass the hash, excellent. PS exec, curb roasting, right? Nice, very good. By the way, for those of you that are new to this game, would you like to have a helpful card game that could really up your game, understanding post-exploitation techniques, things of that nature? Dump that LSAS. All right, here we go. All right, so those of you that are like, holy crap, he's dropping a lot of crap really fast, and I'm feeling that 4-hour burnout at 53 minutes in. Here we go. I'm going to take you all to backdoorsandbreaches.com, everybody. So Backdoors and Breaches is a collectible card game that we created, and it's available for free online. If you go into the core deck, it generates a scenario automatically for you. This scenario right here is, let me go scenario tools. Should have, oops, I did not want that. There we go. All right, so this scenario right here is an attacker used credential stuffing. Then they moved laterally using broadcast, multicast poisoning. And then they used domain fronting as command and control. And they used accessibility features to persist. But wait, there's more. I can do another one, and a completely different scenario shows up. Bring your own exploited device, weaponizing Active Directory, DNS to C2, malicious browser plugins. But wait, there's more. We have initial compromises, trusted relationship, weaponizing Active Directory, bits, and new user added. So if you want to learn this stuff, and you really want to learn the stuff that attackers are actively using right now, you can do Backdoors and Breaches, and you can play this game online, and it's a great place to learn. The other thing that's really cool, but wait, Gilly, there's more. Each card gives you what is the detection, gives you various tools to learn how to do that specific technique that the attack card talks about. So absolutely amazing, cool game that we've created. You can get a physical copy in the Spearfish General Store. All right, so let's go back. So we're talking about a lot of these different things as it relates to the APTs, right? Yeah, you know me. Now, if you're looking at like things like using curb roasting or an internal password spray, there are cyber deception techniques that we can insert in those pathways to be able to detect the attackers that are using those techniques. All right. And we're going to talk about that, especially when we get into the Active Directory stuff. So I want to go back a couple of slides to this one. Specifically, I want to highlight the attack. Oh my gosh. Stand back, everybody. Zoom worked. So you see where I highlighted attack right there? Oh, by the way, Johnny C, we'd love to get help translating Backdoors and Breaches into other languages. If you scroll to the bottom, we actually have it translated to Spanish. So it's there. So I want you to look at attack. Now, I said when we were on this slide that we don't have the ability to mess with that part of the equation. In fact, I said a lot of this equation, we have little to no capability to deal with at all with traditional passive defenses. If you're buying AV, if you're buying firewalls, if you're buying these various things, you have little or no control over detection or reaction other than just spend more money, dollar bills, y'all. And you have almost no capability of messing with the attacker's ability to successfully break into the environment. This changes that. This is something called OODA or OODA, Observe, Orient, Decide, and Act. It was created by a fighter pilot by the name of John Boyd, who taught at the Top Gun school out there. And John Boyd created this wonderful way of looking at what are we going to do to help our pilots, fighter jet pilots, be more successful in not dying. Let me do something here real quick. Go. So he developed this, the OODA loop. All right. Observe, orient, decide, and act. He said that every fighter pilot is going to go through these steps in their approach to trying to not die, right? They're going to observe. So they're going to take in all of the information that is provided to them, unfolding circumstances, outside information, unfolding interaction with the environment. They're going to feed that into their like mental synapses to orient themselves to the battle space. New information, analysis and synthesis, previous experience, i.e. training, cultural traditions, all of that matters, right? Then they're going to make a decision, and then finally they're going to take action. So if you're going to do anything that's going to like improve a fighter jet's pilot's like ability to not die, you have to improve one of these areas, all right? The biggest area is observation. So if we go back to the attacker, what the attacker sees, the more we can mess with the abilities of the attacker to observe, the more we mess with their OODA loop. So if we feed the attacker a bunch of honeypot systems, now the attacker is provided with faulty observations. At the very best for that attacker, they're going to have to do more actions to get proper observations. By the attacker taking more actions, it increases your ability to observe the attacker because they're making mistakes. Does that make sense to everybody? I just want to make sure that, you know, it kind of makes sense. So if I can lie to my adversary and the adversary takes actions, it's going to, based on the lies that I give that adversary, it's going to heavily influence what that actor does for orientation. It's going to heavily influence their decisions, and it's going to mess with their actions. Has anybody here watched the TV series, The Three Body Problem? A great series of books. But it's very, very, very good. If you haven't, you should. But just as a kind of a quick minor spoiler, the aliens that are coming, by the way, you can tell that from the Amazon ads that there's aliens involved. The aliens that are coming find out that human beings have the capability of lying. And the aliens have no concept of what a lie is, how that lie actually perpetuates. When they find out that humans can lie, they kind of flip out a little bit. They had no idea what it is. So check it out. It's on Netflix. It's awesome. It's a very good series. And then the books are really good too. It isn't that big of a spoiler to know that there's aliens in the show. But yeah, it's really, really, really super cool out there as well. So with that, let's go ahead and let's take a break. Ryan or Zach, do we have the capability of putting up a timer? I don't think I have a timer on my computer. I could go to a timer. Let's go to Google's and have them do a timer. I'm going to set this timer to 10 minutes and we will resume in 10 minutes, everybody. Let's go out at the restroom. Let's get some snackies. We'll come on back and we'll keep going. All right. And we are back. I do think it's interesting on the YouTubes. They just kind of learning like how this stuff works, but there's a whole bunch of people that were on the YouTube. I think we were up to like 170 and we lost like 20 people during the break. I think that's kind of an indication like our attention spans are shot as human beings. I just kind of wonder if that's the way it's always going to be. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But I don't care where you're coming from. As long as you're here, you know it's recorded. We're going to meet you wherever you're at. And we're going to sit here and I'm going to talk down to your cat. Hi, kitty. How you doing? So there we go. All right. So let's get rolling. The cats love John Strand. That's great. All right. So let's keep moving. So this allows us now as a lever. This allows us to mess with the attacker. This allows us to mess with the attacker's time. So now what we're doing, if we go back to our formula right here, and I'm going to zoom in right here, this formula means now we can mess with the attacker's time, right? By giving them incorrect information. We can give them honeypot services, honey user accounts. We can set up files that'll waste their time. And in doing all of those different things, it's increasing our ability to detect, or more accurately, it is decreasing our detection time. It is increasing the attack time. So this becomes just massively beneficial for any defender out there trying to deal with different attacks that are out there as well. So now if we go back to that OODA loop and we try to tie it in together, we can lie, misdirect, divert, deceive, obfuscate, delay, and disrupt what the attacker is doing. And this, you're going to see why this is like so crazy important here in just a couple of seconds. All right. So how can you avoid legal trouble with all of this? As I mentioned, it's very common for people to look at cyber deception and they have a couple of things they like to say about it. Either A, they say, we should only do this if we've done everything else correct. People that say that are not your friends. You really cannot trust that phrase. Cyber deception is so quick and so easy and plugs so many gaps that it's stupid not to have cyber deception baked into your overall security posture, even from the beginning. It is not something that's, it's kind of nice to have after you've done absolutely everything else right. The problem with doing everything else right is, can you think of any organizations that did everything like they're done? Like they've done everything correctly. Like this organization has security down. And now it's time, now that they've done everything right, it's time to finally move on to that cyber deception. Never gonna give it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. All right. No, it's never going to be a thing, right? It's never going to happen. This one of my pet peeves with people is you have complainers, right? People that aren't doers, right? You have people that complain. And sometimes I just have to put it right out there immediately. Are you complaining because you're creating stairs? You're setting things that we have to do, or are you complaining because you're creating a wall and you're trying to stop people from doing it? And many of the people, whenever they're dealing with cyber deception, they're really trying to create walls. They'll be like, never mind the bullets. You know, we want to do this over here. You don't want to do this cyber deception thing. That'll totally work as well. So, but we have to do it in such a way that we avoid legal trouble. Don't want to go to prison. And by the way, for the record, yeah, totally not caffeinated. Sorry. I went straight to Folgers instant decaf today. So this is what you get without caffeine. Think about that. And then light a candle and say a prayer for my wife. All right. So we want to avoid going to prison, right? So a couple of quick tips. One, don't put malware publicly accessible. This sounds like it's a no-brainer. Like it's just, yeah, of course you wouldn't do that. We've had customers totally do this thing. One of the labs that we're going to talk about is where you can inject web bugs. So on your website, so you can actually track where people are coming from, and it's more complicated than just tracking their IP address. And we had one of our customers that we told them to put it in the robots.txt file that basically says no index, no follow. Let's see if I can find a robots.txt file. I can think of some organization that has a really cool robots.txt file. Let's see what I can find. There we go. Here's one. All right. So here we have this robots.txt file, and I'm going to move this to the middle of my screen so you can see it a little bit better. There you go. So you should be able to see that really well. But this is basically saying user agents. This would be like Googlebot, MSNbot, Baidu, all of these. It's saying disallow. That means do not index the registration page, the admin emails, maps, flash, find training, feedback, all of these different things. Do not index these places. So you're literally telling Googlebot, like, do not go here. Do not, like, all of these can be yours. All of these moons are yours except Europa's moons. Please stay off that one. And the deal with doing that is as soon as you actually do that, attackers are going to immediately go to those directories. So when we were working with this customer and we were basically saying, hey, we want to put this tracking software in a directory that's no index, no follow, don't go there, Google. Your general user population will never go there. An attacker will. The customer didn't listen and they put it on their main www page. And then they came back and they're like, so we ran this for like 3 days and there's like thousands of entries. We're like, oh my God, what the hell did you do? They were literally using tracking technology to track every one of their customers. So that was bad. Okay. That was not one of my like proudest moments. It's like, you got to sit down, you got to talk to the customer very carefully, what it is they did and why it was a bad idea. We want to prevent that collateral damage, right? We want attackers to come into a place where they shouldn't have access. They shouldn't be able to easily get to it. They have to see some EULA, some warning banner. And then at that point, we're able to actually see it fire on that particular scenario. Use of warning banners in terms of use. Does anybody ever read these? Like these have been out of control. People have been bitching about these for years. The terms of use, right? Like the really, really long things. It's like, hear ye, on this day of May 13th in the year of our Lord 2024, Apple does say to all of their customers that they own your children and your children's souls, right? And it just goes on and on and on and on and on, right? It's absolutely insane. There's this, you can see if somebody can find the picture, somebody printed the effing things out and then like stood them up in a parking lot and saw how long the EULAs went. They're ridiculously long, right? Nobody's going to read that, right? So with this, now I'm backing off the rant, Brian, backing off. Warning banners are the same thing. No one reads warning banners. And you can literally put in your warning banner that every computer system that's accessing this page is going to be validated from a security perspective, and we're going to validate the address and location of that system. That's good. We could totally do that. And we could do it legally. And we could do it legally without bringing in the lawyers. We could. You don't have to bring in lawyers for some of these things that we're going to talk about. I'm going to explain how, and I'm going to explain why. Still probably want to talk to your lawyers. You don't want to be like, well, John told me I don't have to talk to my attorney, so I'm not going to. But some of these you might feel really comfortable implementing without getting a gaggle of, what's a group of like lawyers? Is it a gaggle? Is it a herd of lawyers? What do we call a grouping of lawyers? That's kind of weird. It's kind of strange. A bankruptcy. You know what I think? I think Flakinator nailed it. I think he won, or they won. Like, we're going to call it a bankruptcy. That's it. It's pretty awesome. All right. So there you go. So that warning banner, we can put these things right in front of like web tracking elements. And then the attacker will have to, somebody said firm. That Alley Innovator, that's absolutely the correct answer. But I think you got to admit a bankruptcy sounds better. So there we go. Got it. The firm. Good book, by the way. All right. So let's go through. Warning banners. So you're going to have people from time to time that like to tell you, yeah, but you can't put in traps in your house that trap people and hurt them. That's illegal. And what they're worried about, and they're right, they're 100% correct. You cannot put a bear trap in your living room to catch intruders. You cannot create like spiky things that come out of the wall to destroy and kill burglars, right? You cannot put claymores on your property to prevent people from trespassing. You can't do it, not with that attitude. Yes, no, well, it sounds like somebody's got a case of the can'ts, but you can't. Sometimes the Aztecs did, but they didn't have firms or bankruptcies to deal with, right? So how do we deal with this? And how do we relate this to computer security? Well, this actually means a lot to me because like I live in the Black Hills of South Dakota where Rocky Raccoon walked into the saloon only to find Gideon's Bible, walked into the room only to find Gideon's Bible. And throughout the Black Hills during the great mining days of the late 1800s, winters sucked in the Black Hills and people would just stop mining. And they would put all their tools inside of a shed, and then they would put like shotguns on a hair wire. So if somebody opened the door, the shotgun would go off and teach them a lesson, right? And even back then, that was ruled effing illegal. Even back in the 1800s, right? When the Supreme Court was like one justice, right? They were like, oh, hell no, you can't do that. And there's a bunch of different reasons why. Reason why, number one, kids. Kids may just wander into someplace and you can't have a claymore, like, you just can't. That's bad, right? Reason number two, emergency service personnel. If something's on fire and a fireman comes into your house and it has a whole bunch of traps, that's bad. Indiscriminate lethal traps are bad. You can't do those. How does that relate to cyber deception? It effing doesn't. Like, this is something that I have to talk with people all the time. They're like, well, lethal traps are, yeah, lethal traps way up here. Cyber deception way down there. They're not the same thing. They're different. Very, very different things. Setting up a Word document that if somebody steals it, it beacons back is not the same as having a claymore in a living room, okay? So we can actually do those things because they're not lethal, right? It'd be the equivalent of somebody coming into your house and stealing your television that has an air tag on it. That would be like cyber deception when we're using poison on that. Ed said slightly less than lethal on the other hand. No, we're not doing lethal things. We're not doing lethal things, all right? You can also warn them. You can totally set up a warning banner that's like, we're totally going to track every single computer system that actually connects to this page and runs the VPN software. We're going to find out where you live. Like, they're not going to read it, right? Check access. Authentication verification, geolocation of where they are. These are all things you can put in your warning banner. Surprise to all of you, well, not all of you, but most of you, your VPN software is already doing this. Like a lot of software will check authentication. It'll verify authentication. It'll verify you are who you are. It'll check to make sure that your antivirus and patches are up to date. It'll check and see geolocation where you are to make sure that geofenced people that are outside of the geofence aren't allowed to come in. This is already happening now in many environments. It's just an issue of, hey, let's just check those logs from time to time. All right. Why are these skills absolutely like just critical though? Because let's be honest, like the state of security kind of sucks. I mean, it's getting better, right? It's getting better. If we're going to stick with the Monty Python references, she turned me into a newt. I got better, right? It's getting better, but it's still bad, right? You have all these new technologies springing up all of the time, all over the place with no security baked into them. It's just this reoccurring cycle. When we're talking about firewalls, when we're talking about endpoint protection, those things tend to be getting better a little bit, but the attackers are moving. And also, the attackers see little to no risk in the activities that they're doing out there, right? They see no risk. And because the perception of risk is low, that means that they're more likely going to take action. They're more likely going to do illegal activities, right? They're more likely going to take illegal activities. You also have attackers that are using I2P. They're using Tor. They're bouncing through proxies. One of the cases I worked on that I could talk about publicly is Capital One. I was an expert witness on that. And erratic, she was bouncing through proxies. Now, where she went wrong, she went on Slack and told all of her friends that she hacked Capital One, told them exactly how, and mentioned that she was bouncing. So look, using proxies does nothing if you admit the crime. Okay. It doesn't, right? But the attackers are using these things, and we still need to come up with defensive approaches and even deception and attributional technologies to be able to detect these attackers and find out where they are. So this requires us to look at all these passive defensive architectures that are out there, and we got to get past them. It really, really fundamentally bothers me that when I talk about doing network threat hunting, people are like, yeah, but that's low yield. You know, we're seeing all this malware. We're seeing all these things with, you know, Microsoft Sentinel. We're seeing all this stuff with CrowdStrike. And that's where we want to spend most of our time and most of our money. Those are dumb criminals. We got that. You so dumb, right? You're catching lots of them because they aren't super duper advanced. CrowdStrike's catching them. That doesn't mean that CrowdStrike's bad or Cylance is bad or any of those products are bad, but it does mean it's very, very good at detecting skidiots. People that are creating malware that they're using across thousands of different organizations, right? Or they're repurposing existing malware that's out there, right? But if you are looking at an advanced adversary like Mr. Dave Kennedy, deception really makes me anxious on engagements. He's right. It makes us makes us anxious on our engagements. In fact, Binary just released an entire product line around deception because it worked so well in Vision. That's real. That's something real attackers are terrified of. So as defenders, it means that we've got to grow up. It means that we got to mourn our destiny, leaving our youth and childhood behind. Binary defense is Dave Kennedy's system. So yeah, Dave needs to, I don't know, Dave needs to gain some weight or something, right? So this is kind of a scary slide for me. And these percentages are old. I need to get rid of the slide or update it or one of those things. This comes from the Verizon Data Breach Report a number of years ago. And it shows how organizations detected attacks, right? They detected it through a partner monitoring service, external fraud detection, customer service, whatever it is. All the ones in red are outside of organizations, okay? Outside of organizations. A user picking up the phone and saying, hey, y'all, it looks to me like your website is now a dancing gerbil. That's not how you want to find out that your website has been compromised. Secret Service calling and saying, we're seeing a huge influx of credit cards that have Nexus in your organization being used for fraud. That's a bad day. All of the ones in red are external. And that's like 67% of the detects for organizations are third parties picking up the phone and saying you've been hacked. And that tells me that the way that we're looking at standard computer security is not working very well. And I want to spend some time talking about why it's not working. So if you go back a few years, I just got back from RSA, right? If we go back a few years, let's say 10 years ago, and you go to RSA, you would have all these people saying for recommendations, patch, strong firewalls, anti-malware, firewall, and proxies. And what would they do now different, right? Instead of next generation, they won't say next generation anymore. Next gen is dead. What are they doing for firewalls, patching, anti-malware, all of that stuff? It's now AI, right? It's AI-powered patching. It's AI-powered strong passwords. It's AI-powered anti-malware. It's AI-powered firewalls. It's AI-powered DLP, which still doesn't work, right? So when we're looking at this, we really haven't changed fundamentally what we are doing in the defensive realm. We just keep throwing NG or AI in front of it. It's a pattern. We're doing the same thing again and again and again, and we're expecting different results. A quote that's been attributed to Albert Einstein out there as well. So I want you to think of your top vendors. All right. So let's go through. Who do you think are the top? Think of the top 3 or 4 AV vendors. Throw your AV vendors out there, everyone. What do we got? We got several people that are typing. CrowdStrike, CrowdStrike, CrowdStrike. Blockchain, Baidu, Semantic, Kaspersky, right? SentinelOne. What about firewall IDS companies? Firewalls, intrusion detection systems. Let's throw up some companies there. Cisco, right? Like Cisco right off the bat. I mean, that's a huge, huge market share there and of themselves. All right. Now think, if you're on Discord, you can see that people are just saying the same companies again and again and again. There's a lot that show up again and again and again and again and again. Okay. My next question is, who's after your electrons? Who's after your data? Who keeps you awake at night? Are you afraid of China? Are you afraid of Russia? Are you afraid of the Five Eyes, right? Like, we can't just make this US centric, right? Are you afraid of the NSA? Bob in finance. Are you afraid of the USA, organized crime, the insiders, like Bob in accounting? All of the above. And don't stare too long at Mr. Putin and his amazing chest. You'll get pregnant. And yes, that applies for you guys as well. Show caution. Once again, it's fun to laugh at dictators. Wow, this can of V8 seems oddly warm, and it makes my camera crackle as I get closer. That's strange. All right. So we have this question, like, what are the security product vendors out there? Here are the people that are after your electrons. And I want you to think of their capabilities. Think of the capabilities of the NSA. Think of the capabilities of the Chinese. Think of the capabilities of the Russians. They have almost a never-ending stream of exploits that are not publicly available because they can afford them. They have elaborate anonymizing command and control. They have immunity from prosecution, diplomatic immunity, right? And they're very motivated. And most of your security products are not designed to detect these people. They're designed to detect the ransomware people, and they should be, right? We should spend time on that. They're designed to detect your standard Skidiot. They are not designed to detect China, Russia, the United States, Israel. They are not. So this means the final question that I like to ask when you're dealing with these organizations, nation state level organizations out there, folks, do you think they have the money to go and buy the products you listed? Do you think they have the money to reverse engineer the products that you listed? Do you think that they have the time and the skill set to sometimes insert back doors in the products you listed? And I don't care. You could, Russia, China, the NSA. I'm not going to be specific to any nation state out there. So now we've come to the conclusion, we've come to the reality that your traditional defenses that you have out there are probably wanting in some fashion or another when you're dealing with those high level adversaries. And we should not be surprised, everybody. We shouldn't. Because good security testing firms out there like TrustedSec, Layered Security, Secure Ideas, Black Hills Information Security, OpenSec, we bypass security products all the time. It's just table stakes. And my company is a very small company of about 130 employees. And if we can do that, then I can guarantee you the Russians, the NSA, the Israelis, the French, the British, they all have that capability to do it as well, because they're at least as capable as the organizations that I mentioned here. So we're going to talk a little bit about bad guy defenses, because it's important. Well, not the French. No, the French too. Okay, so you want a great story about the French and Macron? All right. So the Macron campaign, I can't remember what year. I think it was pre-2016. They were warned that the Russians were coming for them, and that the Russians were totally going to like hack into Macron's campaign, and they needed to be prepared. And they asked this consulting firm, well, what are we going to do? How are we going to deal with it? Are we going to stop them? And basically they were told there's nothing you can really do other than farting in the general direction of your adversaries. However, the Macron campaign did not do that. Instead, what they did is they seeded a whole bunch of false information, false documents, and false emails throughout their email server. And the reason why they did this is when the hackers broke in, stole a whole bunch of information off of those servers, and it got posted on WikiLeaks, immediately the Macron campaign came back and said, yes, but some of that data is false data. WikiLeaks responded back immediately and said, how can you tell? The data was just posted. And they quickly redacted that statement at WikiLeaks and said, oh, actually, yes, a lot of this data is in fact fake. The Macron campaign actually seeded their data with fake data. And at that particular point, as soon as it was seeded with a bunch of fake data, there was no reporter that would go near any of the data that was leaked on WikiLeaks. So no, the French did not give up. The French absolutely came in real strong and kicked righteous ass. So there you go. I love that honeypot, Lazarus. That's a great picture. That is absolutely amazing. All right. So what operating systems do you think the attackers are going to use? What operating systems? Linux, Unix. Why Linux? Why Unix? I mean, when they hack into your environment, are they going to stand up a Kali system? Is that what they're going to do? Yeah, they're going to use DOS. I just saw somebody say all of them. And I like the all of them, because once the attacker gets on one workstation, that is their workstation. They won't use operating systems. Ooh, Morgan coming in with the cloud analogy, right? If you can get into Office 365 and you can access Graph API, do you even need an operating system? Excellent. Very, very, very good. What types of obfuscation do we see attackers use? What do attackers do to obfuscate where they're coming from? Right? What do we see in there? Yeah, VPN, Tor, we just talked about it a little while ago. They would never use base 64, bouncing through proxies or other hacked computer systems, right? Persistence mechanisms, right? I mean, if you're having trouble coming up with a list of persistence mechanisms, if I could introduce you to play.backdoorsandbreaches.com, we have tons of persistent mechanisms listed on this site that you can learn from, right? There's a ton of them there, right? So when we're kind of coming through this list and we're thinking this through, we need to make sure that our deception technologies that we put in place will match up with what the attackers are going to do. So if we're going to track an attacker, we need to come up with a way to track a document, not just on Microsoft Word, but maybe on Linux systems as well, or possibly even a Mac. How do we actually go do that as well? So we've got to try to match and marry these things up as much as we possibly can, because you will be exploited. This will happen. You should expect it, expect nothing less. Anything less than that is absolute denial. And still to this day, we focus way too much on the prevention and not enough on the detection and response. And most security technologies will fail against 0 days, phishing and social engineering, business email compromise. As Morgan said, they're doing attacks on cloud. Like, what are you going to do, right? Nice time for me to throw in a plug for the people that are supporting us. SaaS alerts, right? That's cool, right? Because that matters from a cloud perspective. Supply chain infiltration. Always used to talk about supply chain. And then all of a sudden we had a whole raft of supply chain attacks over the past couple of months that are just terrifying, right? Government backdoors. We need to expect the worst. So let's start with segmentation, right? Let's start with segmentation. This is an active defense approach. And the reason why it's an active defense approach is a single compromise in your environment should not lead to a catastrophic compromise of an entire organization. We can put in barriers, we can put in bulkheads that will limit what the attacker can do post-exploitation. And if we can, we need to get it all the way down to the desktop level. And you can do this relatively easy, and I'll show you how to do this. Because these attacks, pass the hash, security access token, these attacks have worked for decades now. I was using these back in the 90s, and since 1997, I actually was using it in 99, but in 97, we were seeing some of these attacks out there as well. And I always say it should be acceptable to understand that you're going to get compromised. It's like death and taxes. It's going to happen. Does it mean you're going to like it? hell to the no. It doesn't mean you like death. It doesn't mean you like taxes, but you live with that reality. And when we live with that reality, we do things to prevent that, right? Prevent taxes. Oh, that gets weird real quick. But like death, we try to like eat better. We try to get some level of exercise. We try to do something or possibly ignore it, whatever. But we deal with that in our own ways. But it's a horrible thing that's going to happen. All right. It's a horrible thing that is absolutely going to happen. John was 392 years in 1997. Somebody's been reading my LinkedIn profile. All right, good, good, good. So I want to show you what this looks like. Most exploits look like this, right? Where we have a compromised internal workstation. And that internal workstation is establishing command and control back to our attacker computer system out there as well. All right. So if we look at this in a macro level, that post exploitation means the attacker could totally do PS exec, pass the token, our desktop, and pass the hash, right? They can use these protocols. And the interesting thing about using these protocols is many of them will not trip internal alerts in an organization because they're built in, like our desktop. It's meant to be used, right? That's it. Many times they will not be detected and allows an attacker to very quickly and easily escalate their privileges to full domain administrator. However, what happens if we start treating the internal network as hostile? I say many times we need to treat the internal network as hostile because it is. Or another way to put it is, why are your computer systems more secure at an effing Starbucks than they are inside the corporate environment? Many computer systems, as soon as they enter that corporate environment, their firewalls get shut off. They open up all these ports to absolutely everything. Anyone can connect in. It's just naked time for computers, right? When they go to Starbucks, it's like, ooh, shields up, firewalls. I'm not going to trust any weird ARP responses. I'm not going to allow anything on this network to communicate directly to any ports that I'm exposing in this environment. And it's sad because you could implement that level of security down to the desktop and the environment. Yeah, come on, everybody, let's go streaking. So you have that. That's like your computers. It's like one big scary streaking rave in Active Directory, right? So we need to set up the system's firewalls so when they're on the corporate network, they're up and they're turned on and they treat the internal network as hostile. And everyone jokes about zero trust. There's a lot of people talking about zero trust, and I think it's important to talk about it. It's funny because people are like zero trust is just another buzzword. It's really not. Basically, it's meaning that you do not trust the network that you're connected to. You do not blindly trust Active Directory. You have very, very, very specific trust points, and you have to authenticate to each one of those points through something like single sign-on and so on, right? So you have that type of mental mindset for defending your network. Zero trust is awesome because it looks like this. So with this, now I've compromised a single workstation in an environment. Now, if I try to PS exec or pass the token or our desktop or pass the hash to other workstations, it stops it. And every single one of these becomes a potential point of detection post-exploitation. Okay? So this changes. And the reason why this is an active defense approach is it forces you to look at your network security and say, wait a minute now, what do we need talking to the workstations? We need the domain controller. We need Exchange servers. Possibly we need to have our internal team server. We need to be able to have a backup server. We need our RMM tool if we're using that, but we don't need workstations talking to each other. Unfortunately, many organizations and many security professionals, they simply look at things like this and they're like, oh, that's hard. Is there just some software we could buy that like stops all the attacks? Because that would be like super awesome if we could do that, right? This is active. It requires you to understand your network segmentation. It requires you to understand the architecture of your environment. And it requires you to be able to put in these internal safeguards in your environment to stop this type of lateral movement from happening in your organization. And as Wygriff said, it has each endpoint play a security guard and a snitch all the way through. That's a great analogy. I love that. Another really hard truth, detecting insiders. This is one of those things that I used to get in trouble, and I don't get in trouble with it as much as I used to. But I used to say, if you cannot detect an insider, your network is not secure. Full stop, 100% truth. If you cannot detect an insider, your security support structure sucks. And let me unpack that, because there's people out there like, well, I don't know if that's no, it's absolutely 100% true. Because if you're worried about Edward Snowden, right? Somebody in your environment that's pulling off a whole bunch of different files, and they're pulling it all down to a hard drive, and then they're jumping on an airplane with that hard drive, and they're flying to Hong Kong, and they're going up to like Russia. Yeah, that's one type of insider. But you have to understand that as soon as a workstation is compromised and the attackers have access to that workstation, they're effectively using that account like a puppet. That means that any compromised account is effectively an Edward Snowden. I hope that people understand that. When an attacker takes over a user, it's now a puppet for the user. Download all files that say top secret, right? It's effectively a puppet for the attacker. So if you cannot detect an Edward Snowden, if you cannot detect an insider, you're not going to be able to detect a post-exploitation attacker Pinocchioing in your environment. So now some other questions. Can you detect if somebody accesses thousands of files? Can you detect if all of a sudden a user account is authenticated and logged into hundreds of different computer systems, right? And that's great if you can, right? But how do you do that? And how do you do that in a cost-effective way, right? Future targets will use far less malware than they do now. And this goes back to Morgan, my friend over on the YouTubes, 100% Morgan, right? Because if we're dealing with cloud computers, they're probably not going to use malware in a traditional sense anymore, right? So would you be able to get proper attribution of an attacker who was on your system? Word web bugs can do this. And we will talk about word web bugs here in a couple of seconds. The other thing I want you all to think about is threat emulation. We shouldn't look at vulnerabilities as just missing patches. We need to think post-exploitation. And this is why earlier somebody was asking about like the internal red team, the internal pen testing team. Could that be considered an act of defense? And I said, yes. And this is specifically the context that I think it applies. So this is a team that's going to look at vulnerabilities through the lens of, if an internal workstation is compromised, what can the attacker do post-exploitation? Once you start doing that post-exploitation, it now very much becomes a purple team exercise. We're going to go through and we're going to see what it is the defenders can detect with those post-exploitation attacks in that environment as well. And this requires tuning, trial, error, actively interacting with your environment in your environment. So there's tools like Caldera, a great tool from MITRE that allows you to automate this. There's tools like Atomic Red Team that allows you to do this type of activity as well. So what we're going to do now is let's go ahead and let's do a lab with Atomic Red Team. One of the labs I like to do, I just figure it's good time for a break and a lab. Let's get our hands dirty. So the lab that we're going to do is this one. It's going to be Blue Spawn is the name of the lab. Let me put it up in the links for everybody. There's the link to the lab that we're going to do. And I love this lab because it shows you how easy it is to do threat emulation and actually track your organization's detective capabilities and what you're doing. Now, if you're using the instance that I have in the cloud, mine just died, which is fine. It actually absolutely does die. It dies after 4 hours. If you're running it in the cloud, it has copy and paste from clipboard. So please do that. That helps ease the entire process. So you're not trying to access the labs directly, or do I? Oh, I still have an hour. So if I do this lab, the way I would do it is I would go to my running copies, go to anti-siphon, and then you would copy and paste your commands using type clipboard text. So I'll go to full screen so you guys can see it. And in blue spawn, it says, okay, run this command. All right, so I'm going to do this first step. So I'm going to go ahead and go copy, go to my instance, and I'm going to open up my Windows terminal, run it as administrator. Just following the directions. There we go. And I'm going to paste in by doing type clipboard text. So I copied it in from a separate tab, and then I do type clipboard text, and it's much better than trying to run the commands inside the VM. So here you got this little warning. It says, oh my gosh, there's red. And if you look at the instructions, it says, if you get angry red errors, that's okay. It means Defender is not running. Okay. So this lab is going to take us up to and through the break. So let's go ahead and let's do 10 minutes for the lab, and let's do another 15 minutes for like the break and lab. We'll resume at quarter after. All right. So we are now officially on lab. So let me go here and let me do a new one. Do this lab like that. Let's go ahead and make our font bigger. There we go. I'll put that right there. That was not what I wanted. There we go. Hopefully that's big enough for everybody to see, but I can zoom now. That was not a good thing. There we go. All right, so we're going to do this blue spawn lab, and we will resume at quarter after. If you have any trouble, please get into it. The password for the ADHD VM on the ADHD account is ADHD. ADHD is the user, ADHD is the password. So with that, we will resume at, there we go. All right, let's get rolling, everybody. All right, everybody. I didn't get much of a response about 10 minutes or not. Seems like everyone's fine. So keep going here. So don't look at Blue Spawn. This lab is not necessarily about Blue Spawn as a tool you should use. Blue Spawn is just a stand-in for how you can actively go through and test and evaluate the efficacy of your EDR. So I'll do a whole walkthrough here of it just to show you. There we go. All right, let's put that right there. All right, that looks good. All right, so let's start by talking about what we're doing here and why it's an active defense type lab. So the reason why we're doing this is because an active defense is an engaged defense. And it requires you to go through and look at how well does your EDR work. So question is there a Blue Spawn equivalent for Linux? Any EDR would be a Blue Spawn equivalent for Linux. But once again, this lab is not about Blue Spawn. It's how do we test how well Blue Spawn actually reacts to a whole bunch of different post-exploitation activities that an attacker may do in our environment. Once again, an active and engaged defense of our environment. So let me stop. Here we go. Let's resume sharing. So now you should be able to see my screen. So let's go through and let's walk through this. If you want an open source, if you're looking for some really, really cool ones, you should look at like Waza is a pretty cool EDR that does have a Linux agent. The other one that you can look at is SpiderBat, which isn't free, but it's still pretty cool. There we go. A little shout out and love to the Waza crew. All right, so I'm going to go through this instruction. We're just going to copy and paste. Just some simple little copying and pasting stuff that we're going to do. The next one we're going to do is we're going to open up a command prompt right here, like that, just a standard command prompt. Now notice at the top, I'm running these as administrator. So whenever I started, I right-clicked on it and I chose run as administrator. So the two that we were looking at is we got Waza, and then the other one is SpiderBat. Is another cloud security. It basically looks at the processes that execute on your Linux computer system. Put that in there as well. Security Onion is awesome. Security, in fact, we're going to come back to Security Onion here in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. So when I start up Blue Spawn, the first thing I do is I CD into the tools directory, like so, and then I'm going to execute a Blue Spawn. Now, Blue Spawn is not a tool that you should use in an enterprise context ever. It's just not. It is literally a college just project that some students created as part of a cyber collegiate defense competition. If you're not familiar with CCDC, if someone could post out some links to CCDC, that would be awesome. But CCDC is a competition for university students to compete against each other in like live fire scenarios where they're actively being compromised. And some students from University of Virginia or Virginia University, they created this tool called Blue Spawn because you're not allowed to run antivirus, but they asked, can we create our own? And the judges were like, fine, whatever, go ahead. Yes, if you want to. And they did. And this was brought to my attention by 2 security professionals, Mubix, who's on Hack5, and then also Egypt, who is one of the developers from the Metasploit project. And they're like, this was really cool. Once again, don't use this in an enterprise environment ever. You should only look at this as like a stand-in because I can't give you like, you know, here are free silence licenses for everybody to try this. It's just not going to happen. So we're going to fire up Blue Spawn. And one of the things that I absolutely love about Blue Spawn is the fact that it actually gives you a list of the current techniques that it's able to detect, or at least the techniques that it thinks it can actually detect in our environment. So let's move through our instructions a little bit more. We have a PowerShell command prompt open. I'm going to CD into the Atomic Red Team directory. I already have one open. Just going to type in that clipboard text there. Looking good. We're in that directory. Next, we're going to install the PowerShell YAML, which I think is already installed in the cloud instance, but what the heck? We'll just follow the instructions. Just make sure that it's working. So it's going to take a couple of seconds for it to come back, and it's going to say, do you want to run it? I'm going to say yes. It's going to come back and say it's already installed, which is fine. Perfectly cool. Life's good. Now we're going to import the module invoke atomic red team. Now, the primary goal for this lab is the atomic red team part of it. It isn't so much the blue spawn part of it. It's really about atomic red team. This is a way for us to actively exercise our EDR. This is a way for us to actively exercise our AV. This is a way for us to actively exercise our SIM to see what it can detect and what it cannot detect as well. Now, I'm going to do something a little bit different. It takes a while to invoke atomic tests all. It just does. If I do that, it spends a lot of time, especially in the cloud instance, like compressing down a bunch of files for exfiltration and all those things. So I'm not going to run it exactly this way because I don't have time for the purposes of demonstration. Instead, what I'm going to do is we're going to run it technique by technique. See, I can take these techniques and I can invoke that specific technique instead. So now Atomic Red Team is going to check and see if it can execute when logon as a persistence mechanism. And it did. So you can do this by all of them, or you can go through and run them each individually, one at a time. So I chose to run it one at a time, and bam, we saw that blue spawn can quickly and easily detect technique 1004. Awesome. Can it detect port monitors? So let's see if there's an atomic red team test for 1013. Do the exact same process again. Nope, doesn't even have a technique for it. All right, that's fine. What about accessibility features? 1015. So we're going to copy that, kick that up, change that to a 5. It's got accessibility features. So it tried to do accessibility features. Let's see if blue spawn was able to detect technique 1015. And it appears it did not detect 1015. So this tells me that this is a gap, right? This is a gap in the overall detective capabilities of my environment. So I can go through and I can start running these things. So the question is, where did I get the technique numbers from? Right here. Blue spawn actually has the technique numbers. And then you can also pull those technique numbers from the MITRE ATT&CK technique matrix. So you can see that authentication process is technique 1556. So hopefully that helps that answer that question, KDAB, as well. All right. And then also, if you want to play around with something that's not free and open source in our labs, as System Broken brought out, we have an entire lab where you can do the same thing by running Elastic, Logstash, and Kibana, or running Lima Charlie. So we have 2 labs where you can try some commercial products and test that out on your VM as well. So it really kind of opens it up so you can test this and really try to see, from an active perspective, we can run these attacks. Can we detect them? Because that detection is absolutely a must. Can you catch something like that with Suricata or Snort? No, you cannot. But we do have a separate tool that you can, and that tool is called Rita. And as Mike Ocha is talking about, this is gap analysis. This is us actively trying to find what are the gaps in our security support structure and the architecture that we have in our environment as well. All right. So very, very cool stuff. Really neat lab. Just kind of get things rolling and show you that, hey, we can do this, right? We can do this type of detection where we're actively engaging with our environment to find out what works and what doesn't as well. If we can't run in production, how do we know the gap? See, that's the problem, Hackett now. That's the difference between Blue Spawn and Atomic Red Team. I would not run Blue Spawn in production, but I would absolutely run Atomic Red Team. Atomic Red Team is the tool that runs the attack scenarios. And then your EDR, whatever it is, Hackett now, would be the tool you'd be checking to see if the attacks generated alerts. Does that make sense, Hackett now? All right, cool. All right. And there's other ways that you can write signatures, right? You can write signatures in Sigma, and then you can convert them to almost any of the different SIMs that you have out there. Now, there's other tools that really imitate what an attacker would do post-exploitation. Another one is Bloodhound. We got a question that just came in. Does Atomic Red Team must run on with Windows Defender off? You don't have to turn Windows Defender off. In fact, almost all of the AV companies that are out there have the capability of excluding certain directories, or you can put it in alerting non-blocking mode, which means it'll generate an alert, but it won't stop it from executing. Does that make sense, Alex Strauss? So it'll let it run, but it's going to give you an alert and it's going to tell you what it would have done. Hopefully that makes sense, because that's the way you would want to run your AV and all those products out there as well. All right, so now when we're looking at Bloodhound, Bloodhound does a lot of this lateral movement where you're trying to move from one system to another, to another, to another in order to achieve domain administrator. So AccuraSauce says, does this course, is it useful if I want to work as a security specialist in financing? Absolutely. In fact, this tool is an excellent example. So we do a lot of pen testing in the financing community, right? So what we do post-exploitation is we attempt to enumerate all of the different pathways that we can get to domain administrator. So if you look at any large finance organizations, any bank that's large or any investment firms, they're all going to be using Active Directory. And what Bloodhound does is it enumerates all of the different paths from the system and the user that's compromised all the way up to domain administrator. Emmanuel asked, I don't know if this is a dumb question, but what is the main difference and purpose between a SIM and an EDR? An EDR is like a really good antivirus product that does like recording of the processes. It's like a really advanced AV. A SIM is where you're taking multiple logs from multiple different sources and correlating it. Logs from firewalls, logs from domain controllers, logs from EDRs that are generating alerts. So you can correlate and fuse that information across multiple data sources, because most attacks don't involve just an asset. It involves an asset that is exploited, much like we have here with Bloodhound, that then moves laterally to multiple other assets in order to get to domain administrator. An EDR would be a tool that would help tie that picture together all the way across the board. So very, very good question, what the difference is between those two are. And I hope that that makes sense. So would you forward EDR logs to the SIM? Absolutely. Absolutely, I would as well. Another good question. By the way, once again, if any of you all have questions, once again, please let me know real time. By the way, we will close out today in about an hour, and we will close out with an Ask Me Anything session, which is going to be a bit weird when we're on the YouTubes too. I don't think I've ever live streamed that as an Ask Me Anything, so we will be doing that. So threat emulation warning. One of the traps of MITRE framework and threat emulation is we start to get too specific in writing our alerts. And I want to show you what this looks like. So do you see this one right here? So this is from Atomic Red Team. I have seen people that have literally written their signature to look like this. So they say, if anybody tries to execute this string with Atomic Red Team Atomics T1117 source reg server 32 with script object DLL, generate an alert. Do you see a problem with that? Like if I were to write a signature that was just that string, would this be an effective signature? Yeah, it wouldn't be very effective at all, right? Like this isn't how any of this works out there. No, this happens all the time, the apostles. This happens all of the effing time, right? So we can do detection engineering, and it turns out it's possible to do detection engineering wrong in your environment. Commercial offerings out there. We're good friends with the people at Scythe, Attack IQ, XM Cyber, and another one I would recommend looking at would be Prelude Operator. Another really good Purple Team infrastructure tool that you should look at. So some good tools out there for everybody to use. And let me put it over here. I think I'm only getting part of the chat from Morgan in the YouTubes, but all right, so let's keep going. all of this really boils down to one of the key things that we want to do is get caught. I know that that sounds weird, but yeah, we totally want to get caught because what we're trying to do is build that gap analysis. And once again, yeah, child cookie, this is one of my favorite pictures of all time on the internet. Easily my favorite meme. It's this wonderful, heartfelt moment of a child that's running around and comes up and gives Grimace a hug. Grimace hugs back, and it looks like Grimace is eating the kid's head. So I don't know why I find that amusing, but this is what I mean by active defense. We're going through and we're testing all of these different techniques, and we're getting a really good understanding of where our gaps are. And then we can work backwards from that to really start to dig in and identify what are the signatures that we need to modify as far as tuning or write from scratch and able to detect these types of attacks. So pretty cool. So once again, this is something that I think is in every single one of my classes. We need to move away from the idea of can we be hacked to get down to what can we detect? And I would go so far as to say the kind of the corollary of that is what can't we detect? And then what are we going to do to actually start detecting those types of attacks as well? So this really gets us to the point where we finally have a framework with MITRE. We have tools like Atomic Red Team that make this a lot easier to be able to test this in our environment. But the kick in the teeth is very rarely do we see organizations actually test their security infrastructure. They just assume that their antivirus is going to work every single time. They just assume that their firewall is going to work every single time. And they blindly go about doing it like, oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Everything's fine. I'm just going to sit here and just enjoy this coffee. All good. And then once a year, a pen testing team shows up and wrecks them. And they're like, well, I had absolutely no idea that any of this was actually possible. That shouldn't be something that's a surprise. It should be continuous in absolutely everything that we do. How would I add tests to Atomic Red Team? If you look at the Atomic Red Team, oops, wrong place. Here we go. If you go into this Atomic Red Team directory, you have these atomics right here. It's in this directory, the Atomic Red Team atomics, and then it gives you the number. This YAML file is the full description of how that Atomic Red Team, how that atomic is written. And there's lots and lots of examples to be able to go through and test that and write your own using these examples as building blocks to help you write your own as well. Can you use Atomic Red Team on Ubuntu? At this point, I don't think that there is Atomic Red Team for Ubuntu as well. Another question is there a SIM which maps and aligns with threat emulation tests, not simply EDR? As of right now, you have Splunk and Elastic, and you have a number of people that do have some alignment with MITRE techniques. So look at it as a different correlation point, right? So instead of looking at it as just threat emulation techniques, your SIM correlates to the MITRE attack technique matrix, okay? So your SIM should alert to these numbers or correlate to these numbers. Your threat emulation tool should correlate to these numbers. So if you're using Waza, if you're using let's say Waza, or using Limit Charlie, or using Elastic, those should have numbers that correlate to MITRE. And then your threat emulation software like Atomic Red Team should also correlate to MITRE. So it doesn't necessarily mean that your threat emulation software is correlating directly to MITRE, but correlating to each other, but both of those correlate to MITRE, and that's kind of the tool that ties them together. Does that make sense? So they don't have to correlate to each other directly, but they have to correlate back to the MITRE numbers. Cool. All right. Good question, by the way. All right. So now we have another lab where we're going to hit the other side of this. Okay. We've got two labs back to back, and this is going to take us up to and through the break. It's going to take us a while because we just got done looking at Atomic Red Team and how we can look at an endpoint and the types of alerts that are generated from an endpoint. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make it easier with Rita. All right. So, oops. There we go. So we're going to do advanced C2, and then we're going to play around with Rita. So we have two that we're going to look at here. There we go. Got to get to the right place. There we go. So the first lab that we're going to do is advanced C2. And the next one we're going to do is the Rita lab. Because we just talked about the endpoint and how we can actively query and work with our endpoint. Now we're going to look at the network, because you're going to have different devices and tools in your environment that do not have the capability of installing an EDR on them as well. So the first one you're going to do is advanced C2 PCAP analysis, where you're going to look at, you're going to look at a covert channel packet capture, and we're going to show you like how attackers encode that data inside that packet capture. Then the next lab that we're going to do is Rita, which automatically does the frequency analysis detection on the network to identify potential backdoors in your network as well. So we're going to jump straight into this. Let me open up. So we're going to do Rita or advanced C2. And we will resume again at 15 after. All right. So right back into the next lab. All right. So let's get rolling. And then I'll talk about how this all ties together. But you're going to look at what does an advanced backdoor look like, or quasi-advanced. And then we're going to give you some tools to detect that type of backdoor. All right, everybody, let's get rolling. All right. Get all of these going. Whew. All right, so let's do these 2 labs. All right, so my instance should be dead now. I'm hoping, because they should time out after an hour. Let me get another instance going. There we go. So we have them time out. Just for the record, where did that voice come from? Oh no. I'm having my lunch. You know, people say liquid lunch is like alcohol, but I'm having a smoothie. Mm. Quality. Let me stop sharing and reshare. You should be able to see my screen now. How's that? Is that better? Uh-oh. Hmm. It sounds like it may have gotten a little bit better. Right? Huh. Someone can screenshot it. That's really weird. 20p. Let's do it again. All right, so just video. How's the video looking? All right, there we go. I might have been on the YouTubes that it was starting to look kind of rough. All right. All right, so let's start the share. Start this up. So there's the screen share. All right, let's get going then. That's what we do. We're here to help most of the time. All right, so I've got my VM started. Brand new VM. Like I said, every 4 hours, excuse me, every 4 hours just kind of just kills it and it restarts it. So I'm going to log back in. Full screen. There we go. And the first lab that we're going to look at is the advanced C2 lab, like that. And I want to show you exactly what kind of an advanced backdoor does look like. And by the way, this isn't like a super heavy advanced backdoor. There's all kinds of things this particular backdoor does not do. But at least gets us in the ballpark to get you an idea of what it looks like whenever you do have an advanced backdoor on your network, and why it's so difficult to simply write a signature for being able to detect this as well. The question is, you should refresh your Zoom session because if I'm looking at the screen share, Ryan, it looks to me like it's sharing out my screen of a Windows computer at the moment. So you might want to refresh. All right, so I'm going to run this as administrator. Go ahead and do that. So you should see my screen. You shouldn't. Let me screen sharing. Yep, screen sharing looks like it's about right. There we go. All right. Then I'm going to go to my Ubuntu command prompt. And now we're going to start going through like what a kind of an advanced backdoor looks like and why it's so difficult to write signatures to detect these particular backdoors. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to type in the clipboard text like so. We're now in the directory, and in this directory, you can see that we have this covert command and control PCAP file. Now this is a fairly old tool that we created called VS Agent. And I want to show you what its command and control data set looks like. And the same concepts can be applied today to a number of other backdoors. So we're going to use TCP dump to read in the file. The N means don't resolve any names. And the A means we want to be able to see the ASCII. We're going to read in the data from covert to PCAP. We're going to pipe it through less. Type in my password, and there we go. So you can see the data kind of going back and forth. We've got the post, VS agent, but then you can see these weird things right here where it says __ view state. Does anybody know what __ view state is? Like, what is the __ view state parameter? Any takers on that? Let's see if anybody knows. Checking the YouTubes, checking the Discords. Nope. It's meant to maintain state, specifically for ASP.NET. Yep, it's kind of like a cookie. And if you're looking at the characteristics for ASP.NET web pages, there's two characteristics that make this an amazing command and control avenue for pen testers and for hackers out there. The first thing is it's random. Duh. I mean, random's awesome. The other thing about this particular variable is it's variable in its data size. And this is absolutely critical. So if you're actually monitoring ASP_ view state parameter, it will get longer and it'll get shorter depending on the context and how it's actually configured and set up. So this means being able to start trying to create a signature in an IDS or a firewall to be able to detect it, like command and control inside of that parameter, is exceedingly difficult to do, simply because it is variable in its length and it's variable in the context. So yeah, it's always different. I wouldn't say it's random because that's not necessarily true in the view state parameter, but it's randomized enough that writing a signature that does a check on it every single time becomes very, very difficult to do. So we've got that view state parameter, and that's actually where the command and control resides. And you see it showing up again and again and again and again and again. And we'll come back to it here in just a couple of seconds. So we need to keep going. So what we want to do now is we want to look at kind of the frequency of that view state parameter and when it shows up. So I'm going to paste that in here. And we're going to go to the byte 13, starting at byte 0, and then we're going to move 13 bytes into the header, the TCP header, and we're going to do a match within TCP dump that says when that value equals 2. All right. So when that value equals 2, it means that it is a SYN packet. So if you go to the 13th byte in the header, and then you look at that value, if that 13th byte is a value of 2, which means the second bit is flipped, that means it is a SYN packet, starting up the initialization sequence request between the two computer systems. So it's going to go through, pull it out, and then bam. And if you look here, you can see that we have 38, 8, 39, 44. You're looking at roughly 30 seconds in the intervals within the packet capture that we have here. So we have some type of frequency associated with that backdoor and the way it's communicating out to the internet. The next one that we're going to do is we're going to grep all the hidden form fields so we can look at all of those view state parameters in one nice little Marky Mark style funky bunch. There we go. So this is what it looks like as it's beaconing. So right here, this is the beacon. Notice it's the exact same EYJ, JB2, EYJ, JB2, EYJ, JB2, and then bam, it's like this explosion coming out of it. And it's like, what the living hell happened here? Well, that's actually the data associated with it. And we're going to go through and parse that data here in just a couple of seconds. Here we go. And it is base 64 encoded. And you totally could use Python to base 64 decode it. The other thing you could do is you could go to a website called CyberChef, which is pretty cool. And CyberChef has the ability to decode this data as well. So we can see once it's decoded, it says commands ID. We have 6. Commands ID 6. The command is cmd.exe. We're invoking PowerShell, new object, systemnet, web client, download string to this Google link, invoke the shellcode, payload Windows interpreter. And that's what it looks like. Now, just for the record, there is none, 0 encryption in this. So I said that this kind of utilizes some characteristics of an advanced command and control backdoor, but it's not that advanced. It's advanced enough to get my point across. And my point across is like trying to write a signature for this. Good luck. The only thing that you're going to be able to do, and this is what a lot of organizations do, is they specifically look at the detect on the source and destination IP address. But if we look at the source and destination, we are actually invoking this and we have this IP address. And my question for you on that source and destination IP address out on the internet, like, do bad guys, before they run an attack, do they upload their IP addresses and their compromised domains to like Cisco, Palo Alto, Fortinet, saying, hey, security companies, this is my IP address. You guys are going to want to write a signature in your SIM to do this. Do they notify everybody in threat intel feeds that this is what they're going to do? Hell no, right? Not at all. So the idea of writing a simple detect to be able to detect something like this, or just expecting a vendor to detect it, is really, really difficult to do. Which brings us to the second lab. How do we actually go about doing this? So the second lab that I wanted you to look at was Rita and AC Hunter. And I need to, now the question is, do we need to constantly save all PCAPs on the network or only when doing defer? Excellent question, Alex Strauss. Turns out you don't have to. We can use something called BroZeek, or just Zeek, Z-E-E-K. And what that does is, instead of doing full packet capture, it allows us to get metadata about those network connections. So everything that relates to DNS goes into a DNS file. Everything that relates to HTTP goes into HTTP log file. Anything that goes with connection relevant specific data sets goes into the connection log file. And it allows us to put that metadata into these files. Enter Rita, Real Intelligence Threat Analytics. I'm not going to go through the Rita part because AC Hunter does Rita under the hood. Rita is AC Hunter, to be honest with you on that as well. So if it's a known indicator of compromise, it would not contain the C2 IP address. Great question. No. All right. So here's the deal. It turns out IP addresses for attackers rotate quite often. Whenever we're doing pen tests, our IP addresses, like if our customer's like, hey, what's your IP address? We're like, don't know. It's on the internet somewhere out there. Like, yeah, I don't know where it's at. Because we bounce our attacks off of Amazon. We bounce our attacks off of DigitalOcean. We bounce our attacks off of Azure, and it rotates those IP addresses around. The other thing that we do is something called domain fronting. And this is something that shouldn't exist, but still totally does. All right. So domain fronting is where we use a different domain names on the same HTTPS connection to hide a user's traffic and connect to a target domain. We bounce off of content delivery networks. So the same networks that deliver ads, that deliver videos, that deliver this content, we use those CDNs to bounce our attack and command and control traffic off of it. So trying to just specifically look at only the IP address is incredibly difficult. And as Chichuga, their name there, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. It's the same with domains. We can do that with fast flux and double fast flux techniques out there. Weaponized Cloudflare is an excellent way of looking at it. So what do, right? Like if you're looking at your general run-of-the-mill sort of malware, you're looking at, let's say, just your straight, like, I don't know, let's just go with straight ransomware because that's the easiest one. You have ransomware totally hitting your environment. Yeah, it's going to work. Your indicators of compromise, your threat intelligence feeds are probably going to work. But if you're worried about an advanced adversary, no effing way. They're not going to detect these types of attacks. This attack, like I think the PCAP is from like 2014, 2016. We've come a long, long way at BHIS since this. And most of the security products out there can't even detect this. All right. So what that means is we got to change our game. And that's why Rita is so important. So Rita is named after my mother, my late mom, who passed away. No, it was an excellent question, Gigi. Absolutely great question. And with that, where, oh, quality shot again. I wonder if it's on the other side. All right, so let's kill the share. And now it should be back. It looks like the quality is pretty good. My quality looks okay, hopefully. All right, now we're going to share screen again. I wonder if it's a Zoom issue. All right, there we go. And now we're going to do, Rita and AC Hunter. Zoom totally went dead. Let me try another thing. Let's try this. Actually, I got an idea. Let's kill my video. Let's give it a couple of seconds. Let's stop the share. And let's come back. All right, how's that look? Boot the kids. No, we're not going to boot the kids from YouTube. All right, how are we doing now? Still blurred? That does look really, really bad. So I tell you what we're going to do. Since I usually do Ask Me Anything right now, we are just going to stop share. I'm going to turn on my video and we're going to go straight into the Ask Me Anything portion of this. All right, and we can come back and we can deal with it. All right, so how's that? Does my camera look okay?
I think it looks fine.
All right, and let's just go ahead and do Ask Me Anything, everybody. All right, so the questions are now from you. So we'll come back and I'll show you AC Hunter. So we got this problem with CDNs and bouncing all these things off. We're gonna spend time tomorrow and I'm gonna show you the solution to this with AC Hunter when we start out the class tomorrow. But right now it's all about you and Ask Me Anything. And the first question that we have is HK. HK said, I was recently asked to talk at a virtual con coming up in July or August. My reaction was that I had very little offer. If anything, I'm just starting out. No, don't stop. All right. So that's imposter syndrome. So what happens with imposter syndrome is you always have this idea that every single person that's presenting is an absolute like genius in what they do. So like, you would be like, well, John has been presenting live like this for 17 years. I can never compare. That sucks because if I would have thought that 17 years ago, I would have never gotten the level of comfort that I'm at right now with presenting on these things. So there was years where I sucked. So just let you know, that's how it goes. The other thing is for an hour presentation, there's going to be something of value that you can provide, right? There's going to be something of value that you can provide, even if it's nothing more than just your story. And sometimes that story, like, hey, is inspiring to other people. Like, look, this person's getting started. They made it past that first step. They're starting to move into security. They're starting to kind of knock some things out. That works. Don't ever deny someone who's just getting started, seeing someone who's a little bit ahead of them in the curve to feel like they can do it, right? So please don't ever cut yourself short. What is the best way to set up a honeypot in my home network without pwning myself? Well, it turns out you don't have to pwn yourself. There's a number of ways that you can do it. One of the easiest ways, well, it depends on the honeypot. You're going to see tomorrow when we start getting into honeypots, there's a lot of different honeypots. So let me table that question. Chris Cross going to make you jump. We want to table that question because I'm going to show you a bunch of honeypots that you can totally set up in your environment. Some of them are a lot easier than others as well. What's up with the Polish movie posters? As a Pole, I appreciate them a lot. Still have questions. Sir Tapalot, I love Polish movie posters. The reason why is they are absolutely like more creative. They're more inventive. They're more stimulating than just standard movie posters. And I love Poland. In fact, one of our main offices for some of the people that are processing this video and doing all of our stuff, we actually have an office in Krakow. Or Kraków, I guess is how they pronounce it there. And Kraków is one of my favorite places in Europe. So there you go. If you're on the YouTubes, feel free to ask questions in YouTube chat as well. What are the best certs to get a junior pen test role? The first thing, Sentinel Primal is, which by the way is a really cool name. I didn't quite, it rolls off the tongue really well. Wasn't expecting that, Sentinel Primal. It's got, that's nice. Good name. I wouldn't look at it necessarily as certs to get a junior pen testing role. You can get like your OSCP, which is kind of difficult. You could get your CEH. Instead, what I'd recommend you do is focus on cyber ranges. Get that try hack me, that hack the box, and try to get up into that 1% and really try to show that off as your skills for doing pen testing, because that's going to show more skills for the good pen testing companies than just about anything else. What should be our biggest takeaway for today's labs? The first lab that we did with Atomic Red Team is showing you how we have gaps in our security detection infrastructure. We need to actively go through and identify and remediate those gaps. That's number one. Number two, we can remediate many of those gaps on the network side as well by doing network threat hunting. And both of these are part of the MITRE Engage framework that allows us to start expanding our defensive approaches from just simply passively waiting for an alert to go off to actively engaging as well. Good question. We got some more up here. Because of domain fronting, is it still worth using IP domain for threat feeds? It is kind of. It is really good for those kind of the bulk of the ransomware attackers and skidiots that are out there as well. So it works for those. When doing the labs in BTLO or Blue Yard labs, is it good at understanding analyst part rather than just solving questions? Yeah, I think it's good to look at it from both sides. Like while you're going through the questions, always be like flipping this around and saying, what is the red teamer's perspective of this? Flipping it around and saying, what is the blue teamer's perspective of this as well? They were just saying in Axios News the other day that employers are looking for more skills than paper. Christopher on YouTube has just nailed it 100%. And I think that cyber ranges are really the way to go. I'm currently working on right now a pay what you can certification for entry level for people that go through my intro to SOC core skills and intro to security classes. And that's just going to be a multiple choice test because recruiters like that. But really getting into the next question about how do we get hired at Black Hills Information Security? Honestly, kick ass in the cyber range. I can show you, hold on. I can show you what a report that gets you hired at BHIS looks like. I don't know if you guys are interested in such things. Some people are. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let me download this and I will share it up here. So I'm going to put it in resources. Oh, I'll just share it in the main channel. I need to make sure that I'm uploading like Fernando's report, not some pen test report, because that would be bad. That would be real bad. I need to, come on. Hold up. Here we go. All righty. And it's off. All right. So you can get an idea of what a pen test report looks like for somebody that wants to work at Black Hills Information Security. Also, Amrit, worked as a SOC analyst, but my dailies are a lot like looking into ELK dashboards. If you go into ELK, it gets you, I think the link that we have in the class gets you access to ELK for, I want to say 90 days for free, which is pretty cool. How do we apply deception to the specific case of the C2? Now, we're not talking about using deception. We're talking about an active and engaged defense at this point. Right now, that's what we're focusing on, an active and engaged defense. We are not at the deception point yet, but that is coming. Would you suggest someone who's getting started to start a blog? Absolutely. The reason why I would recommend doing that is not necessarily because you're going to get flocks of people like coming to the brilliance that is your blog, but rather whenever you put out a resume, you have it right there at the top and it has a link to the blog. It has the link to your GitHub repository showing off your skills. So that's why you would really want to start a blog. So check that out. How would you recommend documenting classes like this and projects to show employers? Just put it on the resume. Attended John Strand's cyber deception class in May of 2024 and completed it. Just put it there. That's fine. And just for the record, we know for sure around 260 people-ish have gotten employed specifically because they have taken anti-siphon security training. Not because they went and got some super expensive cert from an organization that wants to milk you for as much as they possibly can, but because they came to this class, because they showed initiative on their own to try to improve themselves out there. Okay. So that's what you really want to be showing off whenever you're putting in that resume. You want to say, hey, I've got this blog, I've got this C2, or not C2, I've got this, I've got this GitHub page, I've taken these classes. That's showing you taking initiative to improve you, and your cyber ranges, Hack the Box and Try Hack Me are also part of that as well. What's the best way to pitch yourself when interviewing if you have 18 years of systems and infrastructure engineer background and great with PowerShell? What roles would be better fitting for that background? I would say anything in security would fit that background. You would be kind of shocked at how many people, Wigriff, actually have some type of coding background. And also that systems and infrastructure engineering background are really critical to becoming a solid pen tester, because being able to communicate infrastructure and being able to communicate criticality and all of that stuff is really rare, and experience is required for that. I can use Rita and AC Hunter to detect malware on my computer that Malwarebytes might not detect, possibly. You can actually set it up at home. I have some labs that actually webcast. No switch, no span port, no problem. I have this, here we go. This webcast that I did where I went through and I talked about how to set up AC Hunter in your home environment to be able to set it up using the power of ARP cache poisoning to do it, to route all the traffic through your AC Hunter thing. So check that out. Is cyber deception sold as a service or part of other services? Yes, there are lots of like Ativo, TrapX. There's a bunch of vendors out there that do cyber deception as a product service, and it can be kind of expensive, but we're going to show you how to do a lot of that stuff for free and do it super easily as well. I'm already in the 1%, but it's still nothing. I got the name from Transformers. Very good. Honey token alerts capture public IP address without parsing firewall logs. It's difficult to discern the internal NATed source host. Yes, we do. We are going to show you, not necessarily to get the internal IP address per se, but we will work with some tools a little bit later that'll geolocate, sometimes within 20 meters out there as well. All right. Do you ever feel like the hiring logjam will break soon? Getting into month 3 of unemployment here after being made redundant. Okay, Ed needs more coffee. Dude, you've got to go see Jason Blanchard's job hunting webcasts. Brian and crew, can we pull up that link real quick? Pretty please, because Ed needs its stat and some coffee as well. So let's get Ed that link, because Ed, whenever you're job hunting, the best way to do your job hunting is what Jason points out, how you can go into LinkedIn, find the magical job fairies, find the job, automatically create your resume, not automatically, but dynamically create your resume to match the job that you're going after. Far too many people look at their jobs as like, I'm going to create a resume and it's going to be awesome. And then the recruiters are going to be all up on this because of the awesomeness of my resume. That's not how it works. You need to tailor your resume to the job that you're going after. And Jason Blanchard's job hunting will show you that. So I think Ryan is kicking it out in a bunch of places right now. It's out on YouTube. Go check it out. It's going to fundamentally change your life and the way that you hunt for jobs. So go look at that. Oh, here comes the YouTubes. At least you got me to sign up for Discord. Sorry. I was able to follow what you were teaching after you got the VM, which is awesome. Are there any chances on getting work from anywhere SOC roles? Because I've seen a lot of jobs requiring state clearances. Any chance for foreign people? We hire foreign people. Absolutely. We do. I've got a number of people from India. I've got some people from, got one in Germany. We got people in Poland. So a bunch of people in Canada. It's just, once again, looking at the right jobs and job hunting correctly. So just check out that link, Ryan. If you could post that in the YouTubes, that would be awesome. That'll get you set up. It's literally 1:30, nothing but, can we get a round of applause? That is amazing. It's 1:30 in the morning and he's coming to this class. So I just want to say, I'm sorry. I hope that this was worth it for you. Woo, it's pretty crazy. Somebody asked a question. I saw it pop up, certifications and degrees and all that stuff. I'm just going to be honest with you. Job hunting right now in the security community sucks across the board for everybody. If anybody is like, well, what you need to get a job is certifications, they're lying to you. If they're saying what you need is you need to get a degree in computer security, they're lying to you. The one thing that gets people jobs in computer security is just work experience. Seriously, everyone wants magical unicorns and no one wants to pay for them. Sorry, I'm not trying to make you all depressed here. I just want to be completely honest with you, because if you go to conferences, like I said, at RSA, you have a ton of people that are like, we need to hire, 1 million people into the industry. But really, whenever they're looking at that 1 million people that they want to hire, they all want magical unicorns that have 15 years of experience, or fluent in coding in Python and PowerShell and Golang and Rust. And they want to hire them at like $70,000 a year as a SOC analyst. That sucks. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. It is an incredible pain in the ass, and it's just what it is right now. So step one, what I'm trying to do, like I said, I can share with you what I'm working on right now with my son. He's in college, and maybe y'all can give me some recommendations. We're creating tons of multiple choice questions, and we're going to create a multiple choice certification that is that pay what you can, and I want to have it tied to LinkedIn. We'll talk about that more. But the point is, I want to have a certification that's available to the public at low or no cost. And part of the reason why I want to do that is I want to put it on so people can put it on their resume and say, I'm ACE-T, anti-siphon certification training, SOC core certified. So just answer me this. If I do a certification that's no cost, that's tied to your LinkedIn profile, why would that have less value than a certification that you pay for? As long as the questions are good, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is there's people that have these certifications out there that are making millions off of them, and they're pissing me off because it costs nothing to maintain them, and they're not helping the industry at all. So yes, we have some things that are coming down the pipe. So keep your eyes open for that. So that's what I'm trying to do, is we're trying to create this either pay what you can level training coupled with a cert that I'm hoping can be accessible to as many people as I can possibly make it, to try to fix this problem, because I'm really trying to fix this problem. And yes, I am someone that probably can help fix this problem. The other thing is trying to normalize cyber ranges. And then the final thing is getting you all to start doing your resumes correctly. Once again, Jason's webcasts are absolutely super important. A question from Zoom: how should organizations prioritize and assess their detection backlog, converge against TTPs based on the organizational needs? Is there a best approach? Is there a best approach in their methodology? Yes. So what you need to do whenever you're looking at detection engineering is start looking at what are the detects that are firing again and again and again and again and again and again. Almost universally in organizations, there's going to be a handful of detects that are firing and they need to be tuned. Like you may have a service account that's tripping it. You got to create those types of exceptions. Do not shut those off. I often say there's no such thing as false positives, just detection tuning opportunities. The other thing is getting into risk-based alerting. So let me explain kind of how this works, okay? So risk-based alerting is if I have an alert that goes off every hour on a workstation that a particular dynamic link library is showing risky behavior, should I really give a crap about that? I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody that's been doing this a long time, probably not. I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to pull an alarm. I'm not going to go around like my hair is on fire or whatever's left of my hair, because more than likely it's just a poorly developed DLL that is exhibiting signs of being compromised. Now, let's say that DLL it alerts once, but in conjunction with 3 other alerts that are all different from each other. One alert in and of itself is not interesting. A cluster of 3 alerts is interesting. Now let's say that we have a cluster of alerts that are fired, including network connections to other workstations inside of that environment. Now I'm going to light my hair on fire and start running around. Do you see the context and the difference between these things? So you can go into your sim and you can configure it that if you have certain alerts that you're going to have are high fidelity alerts. This is something Derek Banks talks about, and he's kind of the main technical person for our SOC. That if this ever fires, it is absolutely a sign that the apocalypse is nigh and we need to freak out. But then you have a whole bunch of other alerts that they fire all the time for weird things, and your team is chasing its tail, hunting them down. By using risk-based alerting, it's starting to get you to start thinking about clustering those alerts together and saying, if one of these happens by themselves, I'm not going to get worried. But in a 24-hour period, 2 or more of these start firing, now I'm going to start getting really nervous. And let's see if I can find an article on risk-based alerting. Here we go. I don't know if this is just a Splunk. Here we go. Here's a GuidePoint security blog. There we go. So I'm going to put this in, and I'm going to put this into Discord. There we go. And that should help. All right. So hopefully that answered your question on that as well. All right. Do I still drink LaCroix Limoncello? No, I don't, because we ran out this morning. Someone's going to be fired. So, does Jason review and critique resumes? Once again, Chris, you go see his webcast. It has nothing to do with critiquing resumes. Like, if you're trying to create a general purpose resume that you're just shooting out there, your resume sucks. And it isn't anything inherent about the font. It isn't anything inherent about the layout. It isn't anything inherent about what you did or did wrong. It's just all the people that told you how to do a resume basically lied to you. So Jason's webcast shows you how you tune your resume to basically meet the goals and objectives of what's going on at an organization. What the hell? Do you want me just to show you guys like a quick overview? Should we do this? Jason's webcast is much better than mine. And I'm going to do it in 8 minutes. How's that? All right. Should we just do it? Let's do it. All right. So I'm going to go into Indeed. All right. So I'm going to go to Indeed. And then,
You're not sharing your screen, John.
oh crap. It's asking me if I want to post a job. I want to find jobs, and let me share my screen. All right. Let's see if this works. I'm not going to do Sturgis. I'm going to do Denver. All right. So I'm going to do a search for Denver, Colorado, and specifically I'm going to search for CISSP. All right. So here we go. So let's say I want to get a job at Bank of America. All right. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to hunt down a job, and let's just say I'm looking for jobs in Denver, because this job pays $148,000 to $197,000 per year. That's pretty crazy. All right, good. I'm going to go with this. Let's do this. So I go to senior crime specialist, and it's going to list out a bunch of characteristics and what they're looking for in this specific job, right? It's going to ask, do you have a certification? I like the CISSP. All right. So let me be clear. I like the CISSP because it is affordable. All right. I like the CISSP because it is affordable. Now, if you're somebody that's been doing IT for a number of years, it works out great. And their criteria is so wishy-washy, super easy to pull that up and get it set up. So that's pretty cool. And we've got the location, we've got the benefits. Now we have the description of what it's looking for. It's like crap stuff, filler, crap stuff. They want to build a successful career, crap stuff, culture that believes in all this, more crap, key responsibilities, more garbage, identifying threats. Wow, this is really a god awful job posting. By the way, I'm sorry if you're the person that did this and you forced it upon everybody else. But okay, so here we go. The threat landscape, crap, lots of crap. And they want somebody with CISSP background in computer. Oh God, this was awful. All right. So this was a really bad job posting. And that's actually helpful. And the reason why it's helpful is if I'm going after that job, I want to get a list of technologies. So let's go Bank of America. Let's do a completely different search that has nothing to do with computer security whatsoever. All right. So we got threat reduction. Okay. Privileged access management analyst. Excellent. So I'm going to go to this job and I'm going to find out what are they using in their technology stack. Excellent. So here they're talking about PAM. So they're talking about authentication modules and they're talking about authentication risk, active participation in GIS IPAM and PAM, and then single process inventory enhancements. Excellent. So now if I'm going to start doing some research on this job, I'm going to start researching these technologies. Okay. I'm going to start researching these technologies. Do they get to specific? Bang. Oh, sweet. Score. Excellent. So here they're saying you must have experience with Linux, Windows, cloud scale identity, access management. We've got CyberArk, PowerBroker, Hashi, expert level of Active Directory, LDAP, Kerberos, LDAP, and Radius. We got all these different deep knowledge of federation identity platforms of OAuth, OpenID, and SAML. This is a gold mine, okay? Why is this a gold mine? This is a gold mine because this is giving me the technology breakdown that I'm going to put in my resume for this job. Does that make sense to everybody? I'm getting details about the technology that Bank of America is using. I can see that they're using Sarbanes-Oxley, SOC type 2. I've got some technologies there. So I'm going to be filling out my resume for senior cybercrime specialist, but I'm going to research. I'm just not going to throw this crap in my resume, right? And just make it up. I'm actually going to spend some time researching this, right? I'm going to start looking into it because when you're going into an interview for this job, they don't expect you to be an absolute expert in everything here, but you should have passing understanding of these things. The vulnerability manager, vulnerability analysis. Let's find some other ones here. Threat management, relationship management, wealth, a manual ethical hacker. I don't even know what the hell that is, but we'll look at that one too. And let's see if anybody is giving us some more technical details about what they're running at Bank of America. Excellent. Here we go. So here we've got some expert level experience that might be tough to get in, but it says at least. So now we know the security protocols, mobile framework, single sign-on technology, exploit automation, and RESTful web services. Those are things that we have classes around at Anti-Siphon, and you can get some experience on those things as well. What the hell is this? Must know Unix, Linux, TCP/IP, and cookies. What? That's weird. They use Burp and SQL Map, right? So with all of this, I'm building up a technology profile for Bank of America because I want this job, right? I want the $197,000 a year. So what I'm doing is I'm going to other job postings, pulling out all of the technology that is used in these other job postings. And I'm not just, once again, I need to make this clear. You're not just going to go in and put it in so your resume looks good. You'll actually research these things. But what you're going to find overwhelmingly the amount of time is that you're going to have skills in the technical areas that that organization has. So when they're looking at those resumes, they can go through and say, wait a minute, this person gets cookies. We got a candidate that gets cookies? We do. They do understand cookies. Look, it's right there on their resume. I know how cookies work, right? So now all of a sudden they're excited about bringing you in because you have technological background. It also gives you a really good kind of like study before the interview of the night before. The final thing that I do with all of this, if I was looking for a job today, is Center for Internet Security hardening guides right here. The hardening guides at the CIS benchmarks are an absolute gold mine because, let me just share this link with everybody, because you're going to have technology that you will not be able to possibly find, but the CIS benchmarks will absolutely help you in learning some of the basics and understanding the basics and fundamentals for certain technologies that you need to research. You need to research right effing now. Now you can stand up something like an Nginx web server, find out where all the security relevant configurations are, and try to get to understand that technology a little bit better out there as well. Team Augur Flow. I like that too. I like that. That's good. It's really good. This is the way. And that was fast. Jason's webcast is a lot better than me going over it in 8 minutes, but you get the gist. And with that, we are done with today. Now, remember everybody, we started an hour earlier today because we did lab setup. Okay. We did lab setup. So tomorrow, I don't want to say we're starting an hour later, but look at the start times. We're not going to do that hour of setup. It's going to go right into the second hour that we just started ripping it. And we're just going to go straight into the labs. I'm hoping you guys are having a good time. This is really, really cool. We still have 124 people on from the YouTubes. We peaked at like 184, which I thought was really cool. Just absolutely awesome. Thank you all for coming. Remember, it is recorded, but show up tomorrow. We're going to have more good stuff for you all. So with that, go have a great day. Be safe, everybody.
Bye, everyone.